Welcome back, my fellow Python programmers, to a brand new video, and in this one we're going to be mastering Python basics from A to Z. My name is Michael, founder of a teaching institute that is 2M Python Dev, and my goal is to make you the best Python programmer in the most fun way possible. Before we get started, this is a very long video, so I'm going to give you a quick overview of how you should go through it. First, you don't have to watch all of the video in one go. That's why I left chapters at the bottom of the video with timestamps so that you know which chapter you're on and which chapter you want to go to. There's also going to be resources throughout this video that you'll need, so they will be all in the description or in the pinned comment at the top. And finally, let me give you a quick overview of what to expect in each section. First, what I did is I fast forwarded the code because throughout the years of experience, I felt that the students don't really get any benefits of watching me type code slowly. But I made sure that every single time I finish the typing of the code, it's using big fonts so you can easily copy it. Now, of course, I expect you to be following along with me, but keep in mind that in every section there is something called a challenge or a mini project. So whenever you see the screen with the red bar around it, that means that you have to pause the video and you have to do the challenge by yourself. Now, you don't have to complete every single challenge correctly every time, but the most important thing is that you actively participate and you actually try to do the challenge. This is what differentiates me from other instructors out there because I want to make sure that you fully understand everything that you are watching on the screen and you're not just copying code from somebody else. Of course, if you have any questions, you can always leave them in the comments below. I usually reply within 12 to 24 hours. And that's basically it. So let's go ahead and get started. So you probably already know about Python, but I'm going to delve just a little bit deeper and tell you more about it. Then I'm going to tell you why I chose PyCharm as our IDE. Then I'm going to show you the different areas that you can then proceed and go into after you finish learning Python and the potential careers that you can build. If at any point you feel that you're enjoying and you're getting value out of the contents of this video, please make sure to slap that like button because I need to beat the YouTube algorithm. And without any further ado, let's go ahead and get started. So even though you already have a good idea of what Python is, I'm just going to give you a quick overview and tell you why Python is the best language to start learning. First of all, it's very easy to learn. It has very simple syntax that is easy to understand. It's very beginner friendly and it's perfect for people that are just starting out with programming without any previous coding background. Second of all, it's very dynamic. It's widely used in various fields, including web development, data analysis, AIs, and scientific computing, and more. I'm going to show you some of these areas in just a bit. Third of all, it has a large library, not just a large library, large libraries. So Python libraries are a collection of pre-written code that provide additional functionalities. So for example, if you want to go do data analysis, you can find a library for that pre-coded code, pre-written code. If you want to go into web development, there's pre-written code for that. If you want to go into game development, there's also code for that. So huge amounts of libraries, very versatile. And also it's platform independent, meaning that it runs on all of the platforms that are available like Windows, macOS, Linux, etc. Now, why do we want to use PyCharm? Specifically designed for Python. This is the first very important point about PyCharm. It's very easy to set up because it's designed only for Python. Second of all, it has efficient project management. It's very easy to run, it's very easy to create projects on, and it's very easy to save those projects. It has a very nice and friendly plugin ecosystem. So if you ever want to open different files, plugins are basically extra software that you can install onto IDEs that allow you to have more functionalities, maybe open extra files like I was saying. And finally, it's cross-platform. Again, you can use it on any platform. If you have Linux, Windows, or Mac, you can use PyCharm. Now let's talk about what you can use Python for. So there are many different fields, as I told you, that you can apply Python to. One of them is web development, like building websites and web applications using Django and Flask. Django and Flask, you can go research them. I'm not going to dive into them. I'm not going to dive into these two libraries right now. But again, these are libraries that you can use for web development. Next, you have data analysis and visualization, analyzing and visualizing data. It's just like it says. You can use different libraries again, like Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn. You can go research these. These are in-demand careers that most companies are looking for, and most of them, the best visualization and data analysis tools, are using Python. Next, you have machine learning and artificial intelligence. This is the whole hype right now. Machine learning has been here for a very long time. Artificial intelligence is a bit more recent, but both of them are AI systems. You can use TensorFlow and scikit-learn, again, different libraries. Number 4 is automation and scripting, basically automating repetitive tasks using scripts, more advanced than you can imagine. Scientific and number computing. So if you have any scientific research that you need to make, if you're anywhere near that field, you know that sometimes you have matrices in math that you want to compute or multiply or whatever. You can use Python libraries such as NumPy and SciPy. Software development, creating software application, pretty self-explanatory, needs more Python than libraries. Game development, I'm a game developer, I love developing games. I usually use Unity, but you can also use Pygame libraries. I do like Unity more, but if you want to develop games using Python, it's a bit more efficient, I think. So using Python is a great way. Cybersecurity, another great area, another very booming area, because most companies have servers. They don't want hackers attacking them. Just recently, somebody, I think, hacked Sony and then stole all of their data. Another, like even right now, I heard Rockstar Games, the company that's responsible for developing games such as Grand Theft Auto 6, also got hacked and the information leaked and the hackers received a lot of money. You can become a hacker, although I don't recommend, I don't condone this behavior at all. You can also become a white hat hacker, which is a anti-hacker. He attacks the hackers, you know? So yeah, you can do that by learning Python as well. So let's go ahead and move on and start downloading Python. So the first website that you need to go through is going to be python.org/download/. I'm going to leave this in the description, or you can just Google it. Just type in Python download and you should come up to this page. As you can see right here, you're going to have, if you're watching this in the future, you'll probably have a version that's more advanced than 3.12. Don't worry. Everything is exactly the same. Everything past 3.6 is there's not going to be much differences. So basically you click on download and the download starts. Now keep in mind, I'm not going to download this because I already have it. Maybe you're working on a different operating system. So as you can see, if you're using Mac, you need to click on Mac right here. If you're using Linux, you click on Linux. And if you're using something else, you click other. Also, you have Windows right here. The second thing that you need to do is you need to download PyCharm. So again, type in PyCharm, download. You should get to this section. I'm going to leave the link in the description again. First of all, you're going to see the PyCharm Professional. This is a 30-day trial. If you want to become a professional developer, I recommend that you use PyCharm Professional. But since we're just beginners, we're going to go for the PyCharm community. Simply scroll down and you'll find it. Free, built-in, open source, perfect. The IDE for pure Python development. Very fast, very nice. And of course, if you have a Mac OS or Linux, you can switch between those three. Download PyCharm. Again, I'm not going to do this. I already have PyCharm. Everything is very, very simple. Just check the boxes. If you have any questions about the download, you can always ask me. Once you download Python, it should be very, very simple, very smooth. Then you download PyCharm, install it. Again, super smooth. At some point, also keep in mind that you need to download Python first, set everything up in there, and then download PyCharm, because it's going to ask you to restart your computer. Once you do that, it should work. Everything should be working fine, and you should get a window such as this one. Now, I've written Z and X because I don't want you to see my students' projects, but basically this is what it should look like. Again, yours might be a little bit more advanced. It's not gonna change anything, don't worry. 99.9% of the things are going to be the same. The first thing that you need to do once you have this is create a new project to make sure that everything works. Once you click on new project, it's going to give you the location of your project and also is going to ask you about the interpreter. Now, this is where you need to be very careful. You need to select previously configured interpreter. If you don't have this option, you can select new and then you need to locate your interpreter. Basically, where did you save this? For example, for me, it's right here. I have Python 3.11 and I also have Python 3.9. I used to use 3.9, now I'm using 3.11. It should be somewhere in the C if you're using a Windows, app data local program. This is where Python was installed, the python.exe. If you chose a different location, then you need to indicate to PyCharm that location. And basically from there, and again, if you have any questions, you can always leave them in the comments below. I'm going to answer them, or you can just do a quick Google search. Your problem has probably been solved by someone. And after you do this, simply inside of here, as you can see, YouTube, you can change the location of your project by clicking right here. I'm just gonna hit OK. All right, inside of the intro to dictionaries, no problem. Python for YouTube, intro to dictionaries, and you can add an extra backslash and give it a name like test project, and then hit create. And if you see this window, then you are good to go. So first of all, on the left-hand side, you can see that you have the main project and external libraries. These are the libraries that will allow you to write and run your Python code. If you ever use more libraries, then some of them will be downloaded right here, but you don't need to worry about any of these. All that you need to be worried about is creating a Python file that will allow you to write Python code. All right, so are you ready? Let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to create a new Python file right here. And again, click on the burger menu, I think it's called. So click on the burger menu, select new, and then select Python file. You should see this if you've done, or if you followed all the steps correctly. Hit click. And also, if for some reason you don't see Python, make sure that you've clicked on the test project and then hit new, and you should see Python file. So right here, you are going to be prompted to name your file. You can name it anything, but keep in mind that whenever you're naming your Python files, you should always have an underscore in between the name. No spaces, no commas, only underscores. So I'm going to call this hello world file. Hit enter, and boom. As you can see, we are ready to write some code. And you'll notice that we also have a new file right here inside of our test project that is hello_world_file.py. Of course, .py stands for .python. So it will allow us, or this will tell PyCharm that this is a Python file and we are going to be writing Python, so it will compile it as a Python file. Once you have this, we don't need to look at it anymore. You can either minimize it right here, or you can just click again on this folder. So let's go ahead and create our first Python file. This is going to be very simple. This is just to test things out. So we're going to be printing a sentence, hello world, to our, well, world. Notice that as I was typing print, I was getting suggestions, and this is a habit that I want you to get into right now. Whenever you type any code in Python, first of all, you have suggestions. This is called IntelliSense, and it should probably pop up for you very easily. So right here, you can see I typed in P. And PyCharm thinks, okay, so looks like Michael wants to type in print or pass or PyTZ. So I'm going to type in PR, all right, print. And now I hit tab, and you'll see that this autocompletes for me, and it doesn't just finish the print, it also adds the 2 round brackets. And this is very, very important to do because 1, it will allow you to write code faster, That's one plus. Second of all, it will allow you to avoid any errors. So for example, right here, if I type in print without an I, you can see that I get a squiggly red line indicating that this is an error, which will stop my program from running. And also, if anybody sees you typing in print and then using tab and auto-completing all of your code, they'll be like, damn, this person has the skills to work at our company, or he has the skills to develop our software. It just builds up your credit. No, I'm joking, it's not like that. But of course, if they see you not using the autocomplete, they're like a bit skeptical. So make sure to use the autocomplete, saves you a lot of time, saves you a lot of headaches. Also notice that I added an extra line. And when I added an extra line, a squiggly line in here disappeared. I'm going to talk about this in just a bit. But for now, I'm going to add these two double quotation marks indicating that this is a string, and we're going to talk about strings more later on. But in here, I'm simply going to say hello world. And now, once I've done this, I right click, and right here you can see that I have hello or run hello world file. Click on the run, and boom, there we go. We get hello world. Congratulations. Before we move on, let's talk about this little squiggly line that we just saw. So this is similar to the red squiggly line, but this one is a warning instead of an error. So the error, if I right click and I run, it simply stops my program from working. And you can see that sometimes PyCharm can help you solve the error. So for example, in here, it's not PRNT. Did you mean print? Yes, I did. So the red squiggly line is an error. It's fatal. You should always fix your errors. The second one is a yellow squiggly line, which is a warning. This is just a potential problem that can stop your program from functioning. But as you can see, if I right click and I run, it functions really well. So no problem there. So what is it? Well, whenever you see something like this, always hover over it and it will tell you what it is. In our case, it's pep8w292, no new line at the end of the file. I'm not going to delve too deep into what the pep8 rules are, but basically this is a style that the Python developers or creators have agreed that this is the best way to write your code, and they decided that you should add an extra line at the end of this code, so make sure to follow that. Another example of having a pep8, so for example, if you add extra spaces in here, this doesn't look nice, this doesn't look beautiful, so you need to write beautiful code. If you hover over, you can see pep8 white space before the column. So make sure to follow the pep8 rules whenever you can. Okay, so now that we've set up Python on our PC, we've made sure that it works. We've also downloaded PyCharm and tested out how Python is actually working. And you've learned a little bit about Python, how to just print out hello world. Now it's time for a bit of a challenge. And your challenge is going to be to set your journey up. So first thing you'll need to do is going to be to create a new Python project from scratch. Learn how to do that. Make sure you have the proper interpreter set. Make sure that it works. Create a new Python file and call it whatever you want. Inside, print out hello with your name instead of the blank line. Research online how to make all the letters of a string in the uppercase. Print out a few more lines, create an error out of the output, and understand why you have this error. And finally, I want you to take the time to imagine you have infinite programming skills and you create, or you can create, whatever you want. What would you create? So pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, welcome back. So in here, project, or we click on the burger, go to new project, select the file where you want to save it. I'm just going to call it intro to Python, and then make sure that the interpreter is set up properly. Let's see, interpreter 3.11, proper location, hit create, and then it asks us, do we want to make a new window for this or just on this window? Let's choose this window. Okay, excellent. Now we need to create a new Python file. We make sure that we've selected the name of the project. Go to the burger icon, new Python file. Hello, my And by the way, if you don't add a space, or if you do add a space without an underscore, the file is created normally. Don't worry about that. But it's better to have an underscore. It's better to have a single coherent word or sentence or whatever, and all of the individual names are attached together inside of your Python file name. Also, adding a capital H is not a good idea. So if you want to rename your file, you simply right-click on it and you go to refactor, rename, and I'm going to remove this uppercase H, add an underscore, refactor, boom. And now I want to print out, oops, I didn't follow my own rule, print autocomplete, hello Michael. And actually I will duplicate this using Control D. You'll learn this later on. Hello, my fellow Python programmers. All right, there we go. Right click and run. Everything runs properly. Excellent. Now, how do we put all of this into the uppercase? You should have done the research. We click right here, dot. You can see we have a lot of options. Hit tab to autocomplete. And now when we right click and we run, boom, as you can see, hello, my fellow Python programmers. Okay, my fellow Python programmers, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you got enough knowledge out of it. And if you did, please make sure to slap that like button. I mean, at this point, you just have to. In the next video, we're going to be starting with everything that there is to know about Python. And we're going to be starting with data types and creating variables. So if you want to watch that video, make sure to click right here. If at any point you find that you're enjoying the contents of this video and you're getting value out of these, please make sure to leave me a like. Let's not waste any more time and let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to create a new Python file and I'm just going to call it hello underscore world. Boom. So very typical, we've already done this before. I'm going to just write a very simple code in here and say that I want to print out hello world. Okay, and I will hit enter to add an extra space. Now I right click and I run, and there we go. You can see that we get the following output, hello world. And I'm just going to dock this right here on the right so we can get a better view. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put this inside of a variable. So instead of printing out a literal string in here, and we'll talk more about strings in just a bit, I'm going to create a message that is equal to hello world, and then I'm going to print out this message. And if I right click and I run, you'll see that I still get the same output. So basically what we're doing in here is we've created a variable named message and we've given it a value that is hello world, and every single variable is attached to a value. So right now we have a string value. Let's go ahead and create another variable in here, and I'm going to call it message underscore 2, and I'm going to say that it's going to be like and sub, and I will print out message underscore 2. And a habit I want you to get into is using the autocomplete. So for example, right here, as soon as I start typing in message, you'll see that I get options. Multiple IDEs will have these options. This is called IntelliSense. In case it's not working on your IDE and you want to search for it, make sure that you find it. IntelliSense, message, hit tab to autocomplete. Make sure that you apply this all the time. So now let's delve a little bit deeper and understand what variables are like. So variables are basically like boxes. You have a box and the box name is live and you put in 3 inside. So now you have a box called live with some data inside of it. And this is how we would write it in Python. So first of all, we have the name of our variable and then we have the data that we want to put into that variable. So for example, right here, this is an integer, meaning that it's a number. In our code, we've seen the example as a string, and we'll delve deeper into those two data types. So let's look at various data types. First of all, we have the float, because for example, velocity doesn't only have to be 4 or 5 or 6 or 7. It can be 4.8, 7.9, 600.54. So float numbers are just numbers that have the dot on them, like velocity. Another type is Boolean. So for example, somebody is dead. They cannot be dead equal or is dead equal to 4. That doesn't make any sense. They are either dead, true, or they're not dead, false. And finally, we have the string data type that we've already seen. So for example, my name would be a string of characters, which form Michael. So the characters are M-I-C-H-A-E-L. And then once they are stringed together, you get the output Michael. So let's go back into our code and let's first of all look at strings. I'm going to create a new Python file in here and I'm going to call it strings underscore in underscore Python. So first of all, I'm going to create two variables in here. Right here, you can see that we have two strings. We have these as the variables. The variable name of the first one is single quote strings. The second one is double quote strings. And you'll see that the difference between these two is that on the first one, we're using single quotations, and on the second one, we're using double quotations. If I right click and I run, you'll see that the output is the same. This is a string and this is a string. So why would we need two quotation marks? Well, for example, if I wanted to say something like this, if I wanted to print out, for example, in between double quotation marks in here, I wanted to say Michael said, and then open up the quotation marks, like and sub, you'll see that immediately we have errors in here. Why? Because these are not interpreted as strings. What Python sees is that we started with double quotation marks and we ended with double quotation marks. That means this is the string and this is where it ends. Everything else in here is just some random variables and some syntax. So that's why we would use single quotation marks around this entire thing in here. And for some reason this changed into double quotation. So I'll select all of this and hit the double quotations. And now, as you can see, right click and run, we can actually print out a string that has double quotations inside, and the same holds true if we want to print out single quotation marks inside of our string. Now we have a couple of useful functions that allow us to print out our strings in different ways. So I'm going to duplicate this line 3 times, and the way I duplicate this is by simply clicking on a line and hitting Ctrl D, and it duplicates. So right here at the end, I'm going to, actually let me duplicate this a 3rd time. So right here, I'm going to say dot title, and again, use the autocomplete, dot lower, and finally the dot upper. There we go. So now if I right click and I run, you'll see that I get the following. And just for us to differentiate between these different outputs, I'm going to print out or call the print function, and we'll talk about functions in a different video, where I just separate. So whenever I don't have anything inside of the print, it simply prints out an empty line. So you'll see right here, I have Michael said, like and sub. This is the normal string with nothing on it. The title makes every single letter in the uppercase, or every single first letter in a word in the uppercase, like and, like sub. The lower takes everything down. So for example, L had or Michael, for example, had an uppercase. Now it's in the lowercase. Unfortunately, let's try to add L right here. So right now, or excuse me, let's make the L right here on the lower, or let's just make like in the uppercase, and you'll see that it's taken down to the lowercase. And finally, we have the upper that takes everything to the uppercase. Now, another very useful way that we can use variables in Python is whenever we have an input. So to get an input from the user, we can say name equals input, and I'm going to say what is your name? So anything that we write inside is going to be a prompt that will show the user what they are expected to input. So right here, I'm going to print out the name. So right click and run. So I'm going to be asked, what is your name? And you'll see that right here, I can actually add something. So I'm going to say my name is Michael. Hit enter and Michael is printed out. How cool is that? So this is another very useful way of using variables in Python. But if we wanted to actually embed this name variable into our string, we would have to use a much cleverer way. First, we're going to open up the single quotes, and I'm going to open up this squiggly bracket. And inside I will type in name, and you'll see that I get a suggestion and I hit the tab key. And you'll see that a small f is added at the beginning. This is called an f string. And whenever you want to embed a variable into your string output, you would use an f string. And I'm going to say sed like and sub, and I will select this and add double quotation marks. So right click and run, and Thomas said like and sub. And for example, in here, to make things look better, I will add the dot title, because a name should always be in the uppercase, or its first letter should be in the uppercase. So now if I write Thomas lowercase, I get Thomas in the uppercase. So let's go ahead and look at numbers. I'm going to create a new file in here, and sometimes that doesn't work. So I click in here and create a new Python file that is going to be numbers in Python. And I'm going to write the following. So as you can see right here, I created two variables, a and b. A is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. And I did some arithmetic operations. I did a plus b, a minus b, a times b, a divided by b, and then a divided by b, and a multiplied by b. What could that mean? I'll let you guess once we run this program. So I'm going to right click and I will run, and boom, as you can see, I get the following output. So a plus b is 30, minus 10, 200, 0.5, that makes sense, 0, then some huge number. So we already know what these first four are. These are normal things that we learn in school. The divided, what it does is it actually disregards any floating point that we have. So remember, I told you that there is a variable type called float. And float means that we have a floating number. Basically what the divide does is it gets rid of any floating number. And to make this more clear, I'm going to make this into 84. Right click, run, and you'll see that I get 4.2, but right here I get 4 because we disregarded the 0.2. And the multiply is to the power of. So 84 to the power 20 is this huge number. In here also we can have multiple assignments. So instead of assigning a and b on separate lines, we can assign them like this. A comma b is equal to 10 comma 20. And this is called unpacking tuples, but it's something that we will learn further down the line. If we right click and we run, we get the same output as before. Now, a good thing in here to have whenever you're doing arithmetics is to actually have these as inputs. So I'm going to say a, 2 dots, and then input b, b, 2 dots. And you'll see that even before we run, we already have these highlights right here. And what could they mean? Well, I'm going to run and I'm going to try to do this anyway. So I'm going to say 15 and then 20 and hit enter. And I got this number, which is weird because 15 plus 20 shouldn't be 1520. And I get a message in here saying that we have an unsupported operand for the str or for the string. So what's happening in here? What's happening is that whenever we're getting an input, we don't actually get it as, well, what we would expect. You would expect that you get the number 20, but what you're getting is actually the string 20. That's why when we said a plus b, 15 plus 20, we got 1520. They were concatenated. When you add two strings together, they get concatenated or attached. So what you should do is you should convert this into an integer by adding this function around it. And you can do the same if you want to convert it into a float. So now if I right click and I run and I hit 15 and 20, and first of all, notice that we don't have any more highlights. The IDE knows that these numbers are converted into integers. So when I hit enter, you'll see I get the following input and everything works fine. And finally, let's look at comments. These are also very helpful. So for example, right here, I can hit the hashtag and I can say assigning to variables a comma b. And comments are very helpful. You can use them to describe what you're doing in your project. You can help a user understand what a specific function or a specific section of the code does. And comments are also very helpful if you ever leave your code and you come back and you see comments that you've left and you're like, wow, past me is so helpful and he left me some comments in here. So, my fellow Python programmers, now it's time for a bit of a challenge. We've seen some examples on how to create variables and data types. Now it's time for you to apply what you just learned. And your challenge is the football field owner. So you're the new owner of a football field and you need to start managing things. So here is the program that you need to write. First of all, you need to get the name of the stadium using inputs. Second of all, you'll need to print out the name of the stadium in all caps. Get two inputs from the width. For the width and the length of the field, you need to convert these into floats. Because next thing you need to do is you need to print out the area of the field, and this is how the output should look like. It should say this stadium name, whatever you named your stadium, is the field area, square kilometers or feet, doesn't matter, whatever metric you like to use across the palm. We want to build 152,905 seats around this field. We have $1 million. How much will each seat cost? Only 2 digits after the floating point, and this is something that you will have to research on your own. How do I make sure that a floating point only shows 2 digits after the dot? And finally, how much will that be per seat if we get 60% discount? That's very important. And how much money will we save? I want you to print out a full accounting of everything. So I believe the first 4 points are very, very simple. The next 2 are kind of hard, so pause the video right now and go do the challenge. So, first of all, we simply get an input of the stadium name. For some reason, it's hard for me to pronounce this word. So enter the name of the stadium, probably get an E in here. So it could be like Champions Field. I wrote field incorrectly. Step number 2 is where we print out the stadium name in all caps. So right here, we'll call it, Champion, and hit enter, and boom, there we go. Champions is in all caps. So right here, I've asked the user to enter the width and the length, and keep in mind, because whenever we get an input, it's in the form of a string, and we cannot do any operations, well, except for the addition onto strings, we convert them into floats. Just like we've did when we convert them into integers, we use the float. This is something that you needed to research. So when I right click and I run, enter the stadium name, Champions, and enter the width, 5, 12, and there we go. All right, so as you can see right here, we've calculated the area, which is width times length, and then we printed out the area of the stadium name. Notice we've used these 2 squiggly brackets with the F string behind, and this is area in square kilometers. So Champions 12, 0.6, hit enter. The area is 7.199999, even though it should be 7.2. Sometimes Python has these issues. Okay, so right here we've calculated the costs per seat. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to comment these out, okay? Because I don't want to write all the inputs again. So when I right click and I run, you can see that the cost per seat is 6.54. The most important part in here was the .2f. This is something that you had to find on your own, or actually the conl.2f, which ensures that we only show 6.54. If, for example, I get rid of this, right click and run, you'll see that the cost per seat without a discount is this huge number, which we really don't need. And by the way I commented out multiple lines is I select them and I hit Ctrl// I can also uncomment everything using the same method. Okay, so right here I created the discount, which is 0.6, which is 60%. I then had 1 minus the discount, multiplied it by the cost per seat, and now I have the cost or the discounted cost per each seat. And then what I did is I multiplied the discounted cost per seat by the total number of seats and got the total cost minus that number that I had. So when I right click and I run, there we go. I forgot to print it out. All right, there we go. So now I output the cost per seat with a 60% discount, which I calculated right here. And then I print out the total savings, which is right here. And both of them I've applied the 0 or the .2f, which means that we're only going to get 2 numbers after the floating point. So as you can see right here, the cost per seat at a discount is 2.62 and the total savings are, well, very nice. We've saved 600,000, which is logical because 60% from 1 million is 60,000 or 600,000. Keep in mind in here, something I did not discuss is the fact that right here we named our variables stadium_name, while in here we named them total seats with S being capitalized. It doesn't matter how you want to name or the naming convention of your variables, but I just wanted to show you how this can work. And also, if you're confused, sometimes you might have large numbers right here in Python. What you can do is you can add an underscore. For example, right here, I can add an underscore between these numbers and nothing changes. Everything works fine. So a quick recap. First of all, we understood that we can create variables and every variable has a value and we can print out that variable. We've learned that we can use the autocomplete using the tab. So whenever you want to print out something, make sure that you use the tab. Very important habit. We looked at strings in Python. So we learned that we can use single quotations to delimit a string and we can use double quotations to delimit a string, and every single string or strings come with very helpful functions like the title, lower and upper. Also, variables are very helpful if you ever get an input from a user and you want to display it. You can use the f string. We looked at numbers, so we saw that we can have numbers, or we can have two variables that are numbers. We can add them, subtract them, multiply them, divide them. Divide them. What does the divide do? This is very important. What it does, it allows us to remove a floating point, and finally we can use the 2 to the power. Also, whenever we get an input, what happens? It's a string, so we need to convert it into an integer if we want to do operations on it. We also looked at comments that are a very important tool to display or give context to what we're doing. And finally, we did the Stadium challenge. So, fellow Python programmers, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please make sure to leave me a like, leave me a comment of what you want me to do next, and subscribe if you enjoyed the contents of this channel. In the next video, we're going to be covering lists, which is a very powerful tool in Python, so you need to watch this video. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and get started. If at any point you feel that you're enjoying the contents of this video, please make sure to leave me a like, and let's get started. So a list is a collection of items in a particular order, and you'll see why we say particular order. They are delimited with square brackets, so whenever you see any variable in Python equal to, and then you have square brackets open up on each side, it means that we are instantiating or initializing a list. And inside we have elements. Sometimes they are referred to as items. I like to call them items. You can see that we have commas separating these items. And you can see that we can have a list of integers, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can have a list of strings. You can see right here we can use double quotations or single quotations to delimit strings, doesn't matter. If you're still not sure how we work with integers and strings, there's a video, I will link it somewhere right here at the top, that you can go to and watch and understand everything about variables and various data types. And finally, we have a mixed list in here where we have integers, strings, floats, and booleans as well. So we can create a mixed list as well. But usually it's better to have just a simple list that has the same elements inside of it. Anyway, let's go ahead and print out these lists. So I'm going to print out this list, and this list. So this one is going to be the strings list, mixed list. Right click, run, and I'm going to dock this right about here. So as you can see, we have this list or these lists normally printed out. But obviously this is not a good or nice way to print out a list. Let's go ahead and try and access the items enclosed inside of these square brackets. In here, I'm going to print and then print out string list, and then I'm going to access an element. I'm going to access element 0. Now, what is the output in here? Or try to think of what the output might be. Boom, there you go. You can see that it's Frodo, it's the first element. Remember when I told you that this is a list is a collection of items in a particular order? That's because the order always starts at 0. So each element in here has an index associated with it. Each item. So Frodo is at 0, Samwise is at 1, Gandalf 2, Aragorn 3. Same thing holds true for the numbers list. Even though I started with 1 in here, it's actually at index 0, then index 1, index 2, and so on and so forth. So for example, if I told you I wanted to access 3.14, what would I use in here? What would I write? Boom, you can see that to access 3.14, I have to access the element number 2 or element at index number 2 inside of the mixed list. First of all, we use the mixed list because it's right here. And 3.14, we have 0, 1, 2, boom, on 2. You can also use negative indexes, for example, to access Gandalf going backwards. So as you can see right here, I used, instead of a positive number, I used a negative number and I was able to access Gandalf. How did that happen? Well, when we're working in negative numbers, we start at -1 right here, and then we go to -2 on Gandalf, -3, -4 with Frodo. I recommend that you test this out on your own. Next thing is, and this is very important, we want to avoid indexing errors such as using an out of index range. So for example, if I try to access the numbers list at position number 5, it's very natural to think that the number 5 right here should be accessed at position number 5. So as you can see right here, the numbers list at position number 5 is out of range. Why? Because remember, we start at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 is the last index inside of this list. When we try to access number 5, it's a index error, list index out of range. So to access number 4, or to access number 5, we use index number 4. And finally, we can use these values, or we can use the values that we get from these indexes as any other variable. And as you can see, what I did right here is I used the f strings. Again, if you're not familiar with f strings, watch the previous video. There is only, then I accessed the number, or using the index number 0 at the numbers list, which is 1 right here. And then f string 2 at position 2 dot upper. So I added the dot upper to this because I know it's going to be a string from the strings list, which was at position number 2 we have Gandalf 0, 1, 2, and then I took it to the upper in the room, and this is the output that I get. So we can use the values that we access from these lists as any normal variable. Now let's go ahead and look at how we can manipulate the items inside of these lists. Alright, so right here we have a list of car brands. We have Toyota, Ford, Honda, Chevrolet, Tesla, and BMW. I printed out this original list because I want to see where the original list is and then make modifications to it. And finally, we have this list printed out right here. Nothing too special, just a list of car brands that are strings. We can modify the elements in a list. For example, I changed right here Ford into Audi. How did I do that? Similar to how I was accessing elements to simply print them out. Now I access the element at a certain index, which is 1 in here because Ford is, remember, at position number 1 because we always start at 0, and it's now equal to Audi. So when I try to print out car brands, you can see right here, instead of Ford, now I have an Audi. Now, something you might have noticed in here is that right now the car brands is a very long list, and we can have a very, very long list. I have to move this out of the way to show you to show it to you properly. What we can do is we can actually print this out vertically. Instead of horizontally. So now I can easily show you everything that I have in here, and when I right click and I run, you can see that the output does not change at all. We can also add items to our list. So as you can see, what I did in here is I used the .append. This is a built-in function or method, some call it method, that can be used to add an element, but notice that it's added at the end of our list. Most of the time you are going to be using the append, but what if you wanted to add Mercedes-Benz somewhere in here, maybe in between the Audi and the Honda? For that you would use something called the insert method. So what I did right here is I commented out the line where I was appending Mercedes-Benz at the end, and now I use the insert at index number 2. So now I should have 0, 1, and then have Mercedes-Benz instead of Honda and push Honda to the right. Let's just right click and run, and boom, as you can see, that is exactly what happened. Instead of appending Mercedes-Benz to the end, I actually inserted it somewhere in the middle. And we can also remove items from a list using the delete statement, or some people refer to it as the del. So right here you can see that I use the del statements on the car brands at position number 3. Now I want you to take a few seconds and think of which item or which car in here is going to be removed. Boom. And as you can see right here, car number 0, 1, 2, 3. So Honda should be removed. And as you can see, Honda was indeed removed. So now we've looked at what lists are. We've seen how we can manipulate lists. Now it's time to look at organizing our lists, which is also a very important part of working with lists. Alright, so as you can see right here, we just have a normal original list that starts with 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 9, 2. Nothing too special, square brackets, everything looks good. Now I'm going to reverse this list using the .reverse method. So as you can see, I use the .reverse, so right click and run, and as you can see, I get none. Why is that? Well, something very important that you always have to think about is what do these methods that I'm using on any element in Python actually do. Hover over this and you can see that we kind of don't get anything in here, right? There's no real documentation. You can always click on the link and go to the website, make sure that you understand everything on python.org, but nobody has time for that. We simply want to look at this right here. You can see that def reverse, and this is a function, something that we will learn in subsequent videos. Maybe there's a video already, check it out. And you can see that it actually returns none, and this is why we get none as an output, because it doesn't really return anything. So instead, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to hit Ctrl X to cut it from here, print it out right here. So I am still applying the reverse, but now I'm simply printing out the numbers list. And boom, as you can see, this list was actually reversed. And remember, this is permanent. Once you apply the reverse, it's always there on the numbers list. So you can see right here, instead of starting with 314, now it ends with 314 and going backwards. Let's go ahead and look at the two main ways that I can sort a list. So as you can see right here, I use the dot sort method on my numbers list. And again, why did I use it separately, not inside of the print? If I hover over it, what does it return? You can see right here, arrow, none. So it returns nothing. And even right here, you can see that I have a very nice description of what this is. And later on, we will learn how we can actually do all of those things, or you can go to the video where I've already done this. So right click, run, boom, sorted list right here. You can see that we start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything looks neat, everything looks right. But there is a different method that allows us to sort this not permanently like we've done right here, because look, now per numbers list is forever sorted. Maybe I just want to sort it to display it right now. We're going to look at a different method. Alright, so what I did in here is I created a new list of names, Charlie, Alice, Eve, and Bob, and then I printed out the original list, just so we can have a proper look at it. Then I sorted out the list using the sorted method right here, or this is actually, if I hover over it, you can see that it's also built in. You don't need to understand everything that's going on in here, don't worry about that, but this is also another method that you can go and read all about. I think it's called function. Not the method, but anyways, you can see that it will sort out the names list, and then I printed out the name list again after it has been sorted, so we can see what are the effects of the sorted method. So when I right click and I run, boom, you can see that the original list, Charlie, Alice, Eve, the sorted list starts with Alice, Bob, Charlie, and Eve, A, B, C, and E. And then finally, when we print out the original list again, you can see that again it stays Charlie, Alice, Eve. So unlike the dot sort that permanently changes the order of our list, the sorted method simply does it on the spot. And if we hover over it, I think we can probably read it in here somewhere. I do recommend that you always read the description of every single method and function that you use. Alright, so we've learned everything that there is to know about lists, almost. Of course, lists go much deeper than this, but this is an incredible introduction into lists. Now it's time for a bit of a challenge. And your challenge is going to be friends party invitation. You're organizing a party for all your friends. You need to do some organizing to make sure everyone has seats. First, you'll need to create a list of names of the 5 people you'd like to come. They can be made up friends, they can be real friends, just a list of 5 peoples. It should be strings. Print out a personalized invitation for 3 of them. So you'll need to access 3 of these people from your list and then print out some kind of sentence where you invite them. One of your guests can't make it. Modify your list and replace that guest. You found a bigger table for 3 more people. Add 1 at the end of the list, 1 in the middle, and 1 in the beginning of the list. And a bonus in here, you need to print out the length of your list. We haven't seen this yet, so this is something that you'll have to go and research. Turns out you'll only have space for 6 people. You need to remove 1 random person and 1 specific person by their name. This is also something that you'll need to research, and I kind of gave you a hint in here. If you're smart, you're going to find it. And finally, time to organize the party. Print out a sorted list of your friends. Now actually sort out the original list. Now reverse that list. So, pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, so this is the list of names of the people or my friends that I'm inviting. First of all, I sent a message to guest number 0. Who might that be? Try to think of it. Of course, it's Frodo because we start at 0. Hope you have the ring with you. Then we accessed guest at index number 3, which means 0, 1, 2, 3. We should have Legolas. Don't forget to leave your bow at the door. Something you might have noticed is that I have a backslash here behind these single quotation marks. That's because if I remove it, you can see that I get an error, and this is something that we've covered in the previous video. In here, I need to add a backslash because what happens is I started with a single quotation marks and then I got to a second quotation mark, so Python understood, all right, this is it, they've written their string, it's done. But no, I add this backslash. This is now called a special character. So I can use this, or I could have simply used double quotation marks around this, but this is just a faster way. And finally, we accessed guest number 2, magic business, right click and run. Hi Frodo, hope you have the ring with you. Legolas, don't forget to leave your bow at the door, and Gandalf, no funny magic business. Understood? Okay, so something that I did not talk about in when I had a very long print and it was not showing up, what I did is I simply hit enter, and you can see that a new line was created and nothing really changed. You can do this whenever you want. The reason why an F appeared in here is because I had a variable that I wanted printed out. So on the challenge, I did the same. Because this was a very long line, I split it into two by simply hitting enter, and you can see that the IDE does everything for me. Your IDE might be different if you're not using PyCharm, so keep that in mind. I appended Bilbo because I wanted him to be at the end. I inserted Saruman at position number 3. I thought that's probably the middle. And finally, Galadriel is in the beginning. I inserted it at 0. Right click and run. And I forgot to print out the guests. Excellent work, Michael. So print out guests. Boom. And there we go. Galadriel in the middle, Bilbo at the end, and Saruman somewhere in the middle. Even though once we've added Galadriel, he's no longer in the middle. Later on, I'm going to show you how we can get the exact middle, but before that, we need to solve step number 5. Okay, so step number 5, the length now is, and notice that I did not use the replacement field like I've been doing before. I added a comma and then printed out the length. So two new things, the len method, if you hover over it, you can see that it returns the number of items in a container. Now, container in here refers to anything that might have a size like a list, and then the comma right here. So in here, something that we'll talk about more later on, I provided two variables to my print function, and both of them, or it's not variables actually, in here it's called parameters or arguments. So I provided two of them to the print, and they should look like this. So the length of my list is now 8. And remember, we don't start counting at 0, we actually count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So now what we can do is we can actually use this length to access the exact middle of our Saruman, or to access the exact middle and then add Saruman to it. So I'm going to comment out this line, and instead of trying an arbitrary number like 3, I'm going to get the length of my guests list, and then I'm going to divide it by 2. But the problem with this, and you can see that I already have a highlight, this might be a float, and you cannot use a float to get indexes. They have to be integers. So what did we learn in the previous video? How would we solve this issue? Another forward slash. What this does is it divides a number and then it removes any floating point. So now when I run, you'll see that Saruman is more in the middle. Now, of course, because we have a even number of elements, that means he cannot be in the exact middle, but he is pretty close. So this is a better way of finding the middle using the length of the guests. Okay, so this is the code that I've written. First of all, I said that I'm removing Aragorn, and then I went and researched, well, actually you had to go and research a function or method that allows you to remove a specific item from your list. And in here I removed Aragorn. So now, or before I do that, let me just comment this out. Right click and run. And as you can see now, Aragorn is nowhere to be found. But you have to be very careful with this. If you've noticed when I sped up this video, I actually copied it. Why? Because if I try to use Aragorn with a little a, right click and run, I get an error. Why? Because I was trying to remove X, which in this case is Aragorn. X, I got a value error. Why? Because X is not in the list. Because whenever you're using string references, you have to be very careful. It has to be the exact same thing. That's why it's not a very good idea to use Aragorn directly in here. Then I removed a random person, just an arbitrary person at position number 5. So who was booted in here? After removing Aragorn, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Legolas was removed. Now the problem with this is that 5 is not an actual random person. If you wanted to really have a random person, you'd have to import random. So I can import random in here, and then I can use, instead of just a 5, I can use random.randint, and then say that I want a random integer between 0 and the length of my guests. Now, if you're a complete beginner, this might seem very scary, but basically what we did in here is we wanted to use the randint. If I hover over it, it says returns a random integer in the range of a and b, 0 being a, the length of the guest being b, to what end, and both ends are included. So from 0, it could be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why just 7? Because Aragorn is gone, so we have one less person. Right click, run, and you can see now who was removed. Not Legolas, it was Gandalf. If I right click and I run again, you can see who was removed. Gandalf again, hopefully, third time. Gandalf stays here, and who was removed? Bilbo. Bilbo was removed. So, but advanced, don't worry, I just wanted to show you how we can actually get random integers. Alright, so in here I got the sorted guest, sorted them out, and printed everything out, and I also printed out the original list so that we can see that the original list does not change, as you can see right here. So Galadriel stays in the beginning, while when we sorted it, you can see that Bilbo was the first one, Saruman was the last. And finally in here, I sorted out the list. I printed out the original list because I wanted to show you that now it is permanently not damaged, I want to say damaged, but it's permanently sorted. And finally, we reversed our sorted list. So now we start with Saruman, Legolas, until we get to Bilbo. So as a quick overview of the things that we've learned, first of all, we learned that we can provide our print with multiple arguments. This is something new. We learned how we can reverse. Or actually, let's start from the beginning. First of all, we learned what the heck is even a list. We learned that we can have an integer list, we learned that we can have a string list, and we learned that we can have a mixed list. We can also have lists inside of lists. We can print out these lists. We can access individual items or values of these items inside of a list using square brackets and then their index. Remember, we always start at 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. We can use negative indexing, even though you'll rarely use this, but I wanted to show you just in case. And we can use these items that we extract from a list just as any variable that we've seen before. We looked at how we can manipulate lists. We can print them out horizontally. We can print them out vertically. Nothing changes. We can modify a specific item using its index in between square brackets, just like we've accessed it before. We can append an item to a list by using the .append method. What does the append do? It adds it to the end. The insert, we can actually select where we want to add this item, and then, or we specify the index at which we want to add a specific item, and then we add it. And then finally, we looked at how we can remove or actually delete a specific item from a list. We looked at organizing lists. We've seen that we can reverse a list, we can permanently sort a list, and we can temporarily sort a list. We can permanently sort it using the .sort and temporarily sort it using the sorted method. And finally, this was the challenge. So, fellow Python programmers, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you have, please make sure to leave me a like. And if you like the contents of this channel, I have a lot more coming, so subscribe as well. I know this was a very long video. I think like I'm about 40 minutes, maybe it will be condensed, but there was a lot to unpack here and I hope you went through all of it. In the next video, we're going to be looking at loops. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and get started. If at any point you feel that you're enjoying the contents of this video, please make sure to slap that like button because I need to fight the YouTube algorithm. So this is a list of pizza toppings. We've already seen how we work with lists. If you haven't, you can go to the previous video. I've left a link somewhere at the top. So a list of pizza topping, and we've printed out each element of this list on a separate line. Seems easy enough. But what if we were working in a restaurant and this wasn't just a simple or small list of toppings? So as you can see, now we have a much longer list. And if I wanted to print all of these pizza toppings out, you'd see that it would print out, everything would work the same, but we have to work a lot to print all of this out. What if there was a way for us to do this automatically and really fast? Well, thankfully, there is. So, as you can see right here, instead of using all of these lines, which are about 14, you can see that we only needed 2 lines to print every single topping of our pizza out. So what we did in here is we defined a for loop that pulls the name of the toppings from the pizza toppings list, and inside the loop we printed out that topping. So let's go ahead and take a little bit of a closer look. To instantiate a for loop, you need to start with the for statement. Then we name our temporary variable. This variable is then associated with every value pulled from the list. You can choose any name you want. However, it's always helpful to choose a meaningful name. So for example, in here we chose topping. We could have just called this X and then wrote X in here. And if I right click and I run, you'll see that the output is the same. So it doesn't matter what you name it, but as I told you, since we're going through pizza toppings, it's better to have toppings as the name. And finally, we have the in statement followed by the name of the list that we're pulling from. You can do anything that you want with the value that you got. So instead of simply printing out this simple topic name, we can put it in some kind of sentence and print it out like so. And inside of your for loop, you can actually write as many lines as you want. So as you can see, instead of simply printing out a single line, inside of the for loop, I printed out I like to have pepperoni, or whatever the topping is. Yum, pepperoni is the best. And then I left a blank line in order to separate between these different outputs. So now I wanted to show you what happens when we actually finish with the for loop. As you can see, we just continue on as normal. The program continues executing. Once we've went through all of the toppings, at the end we get enjoy, and because we don't have any other line of code except for the comments which do not execute, we don't have anything to output anymore. So now that you've learned how to use a for loop in order to automate or do a simple task multiple times, now it's time to look at indentations. You've seen indentation, you're probably wondering what these things are that I still haven't talked about, so let's go ahead and delve into them. So you might have noticed that right here we have a bit of extra space, to be precise, 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces behind every single line inside of the for loop. These are called indentations, and they help Python understand how a group of lines is related to the rest of the program. So for example, in here, you'll notice that the print is inside of the for loop, so it's being printed out multiple times. But what would happen if I remove the space from behind it? And if you want to remove the space, you simply hit Shift Tab. So now there's no longer an indentation, and if I right click and I run, you'll see that now the only space is right here, and other than that, there's nothing happening. There are two things that you need to watch out for whenever you're working with indentations. First of all, forgetting an indent. So if I remove the indentation from behind the yum, again using the Shift tab, you'll see that it actually breaks the loop and we have an error. How did I know that there's an error before running the code? Because we have these small squiggly red lines. If I hover over it, statement expected, indent, right click and run, and boom, unexpected indentation, which is right here. The second potential error that you can get is extra or unnecessary indentations. So if I add another indent behind this print and I right click and I run, you'll see that I have an unexpected indent error again right here. And by the way, this can happen to any line of code. So Shift tab, and if I hit tab twice right here, again I get an error, right click and run, and it tells me an unexpected indent right here on the print enjoy. Python uses indentations to delimit blocks of code, so make sure that you use them very, very carefully. And the last thing that you need to be careful of when you're working with for loops is these two colon or this one colon at the end. Make sure that you never forget it, otherwise it just causes an error. Alright, so that was the basics of indentations. Now let's go ahead and look at how we can start generating lists, or to be more precise, generate numerical lists, work with them, and look at how ranges work. Let's go ahead and continue on. Even though Python is an extremely versatile language and can be used for almost anything, it's most known for its data handling abilities. So in many instances, you're going to have big lists of numbers. The for loop combined with this range function allows you to generate numbers in an instant. So for example, right here, what we did is we generated numbers 1 through 10 using something called the range function. If you hover over this range, you'll see that we get this documentation, and you'll notice that we have a start and a stop. But notice something very important. Even though we start at 1 and we've specified 1, we don't actually end at 10. And why is that? Again, if I hover over it and look at the documentation, and whenever you get something like this, always hover over it or go research it on Google to understand why weird things happen. And if we read right here, you can see that returns an object that produces a sequence of integers from start, which is inclusive, to stop, which is exclusive by a certain step. So the start is included, the 1 is included, but the 10, that is the stop, is not included. So in order for me to get 10, I actually need to write in here 11. When I right click and I run, I get 1 through 10. Okay, so in here what I did is I initialized an empty list. An empty list is initialized like this. You just have 2 square brackets on either side with nothing in them. Why did I initialize it like this? Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to create a for loop over a range going 1 through 11. Remember, 11 is excluded, and then I take the value and I multiply it or take it to the power of 2 and then put it back into the value, and finally I append this value, and finally I print out the squares. Oh, I apologize, I append this value to the squares, and finally I print out the squares. So if I right click and I run, now I have a list of 1 through 10, but each one of those numbers is to the power of 2. And notice how fast that is, or that was, for me to create. You might be telling me, well, I would have done it in the approximate same time, but imagine if you needed to do this 1 through 100 or 1 through 1000, or sometimes you might be working with datasets that are millions of values inside of a list. And here's also a few fun functions that you can use on your numeric lists. For example, so as you can see, we can use different functions on our numerical lists. First of all, we can use the max, which you can hover over every single one of these. Max allows us to get the biggest number. So right here, the biggest number is 100. We can have the minimum, which gets us the smallest number, which is 1. And finally, we have the sum that returns the sum of all of these numbers. So if you sum these together, I'm not sure if that's the exact number, but I'm confident in Python's ability to sum all of these numbers together. So we've looked at for loops, we've looked at how we can generate numerical lists using the range function. Now it's time for us to delve into slicing lists. And this is a very important part of working with lists, and we're going to see how we can loop through parts of a list and not all of it. So let's go ahead and continue on. Okay, so as you can see, again, we're back to our pizza toppings list. First of all, we printed out the first 5 pizzas, the pepperoni, mushroom, onion, sausage, and bacon. And then we printed out 8 through 13, which is pineapple, spinach, ham, artichoke, and anchovies. I don't know what these are, I just copied them from Google. So what is happening in here? First of all, as you can see, just like we've done before, we accessed elements inside of the pizza topping using these 2 square brackets on either side. Now in the previous video, we used to use a single number, like for example 5, and we would get the 5th number in here, or remember we start at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we would get extra cheese. So instead, what we're doing in here is we're telling it that we want a slice from these lists. Ironic, isn't it? We're getting a slice from the pizza topping, huh? Nice. So we go from 0, then the colon, to where we want to go, and to 5. So this is similar to the range where we have the start and the stop, and notice that when we're using the slicing, we don't get the extra cheese. What does that mean? It means that just like the range, the stop is not included. The same thing holds true in here. So we start at the 8th, which is 8, which is, I don't want to count right here, but it's pineapple, and then from pineapple we go to the 12th, which is at anchovies, which we write 13 in order to get that 12th position. You can also do the following. So when you don't specify the start, you just start from the complete beginning. Right here, I wrote nothing behind this column, and what I got is from the complete start. And when you don't indicate the end, you go until the end. So we started at 12, which is anchovies, and we go until jalapenos, which are the last item in our list. And you can also loop through these slices. So right here, what I did is I created a for loop. The topping is the temporary variable in the pizza topping, and then I sliced from 6 to 10. Well, keep in mind that the 10 is not included, so I only like the following toppings: black olives, green pepper, pineapple, and spinach. Okay, so now that we've seen how we can work with slices of our lists, it's time to look at tuples. Tuples are like the sister or the brother of lists, so they're almost exactly the same except for a small minute detail that we're going to look at. Let's go ahead and continue on. Okay, so this was the list of John's medications. We added ibuprofen, we printed out John's medication, and now it turns out that aspirin and ibuprofen don't work together and John is dead. Don't ask me why, I don't know anything about medication. This is a Python channel, but as you can see, whenever we're working with lists, they are actually changeable. We can play around and change the values that are inside. So a list works well when working with data that we actually can or would like to change. However, sometimes you want a list of items that nobody can change, and this is where tuples come into play. So I'm going to change this from a list into a tuple by simply switching from square brackets to round brackets. And you'll see my IDE PyCharm automatically changes that. And as soon as we do it, immediately we have a highlight over here. If I run over it, you can see that unresolved attribute reference append. There is no append to a tuple. And if I right click and I run, you'll see that a tuple object has no attribute append. Why? Because you can't actually change values inside of a tuple. And even if we try to manually change a value inside of this tuple, you'll notice that we also get a highlight because tuples don't support item assignments. If you right click and we run, you'll see that tuple objects do not support item assignments, and this is the line of code where we are facing an error. And we can also loop through tuples just like we do with lists. So tuples are basically lists that should not and cannot be changed throughout the execution of a program. Okay, so we've looked at tuples, we've looked at lists, numeric lists, how to loop through these, how to create to use the range. Now it's time for a bit of a challenge, which is a mini project where you have to test out all of the knowledge that you've acquired so far. Let's go ahead and do the challenge. Okay, so your challenge is going to be the movie list. We have a list of the best movies. The list is going to be in the description or the top comment, and we want to print them out and manipulate them. So first of all, you need to print out my favorite movie is, and then the movie title for all the movies using a for loop. Next, you'll need to print out the first 4 movies, the last 3 movies, and the movies 3 to 9. You'll need to create a list of numbers from 1 until the entire length of the movies. If you don't remember how to get the length of a list, then you need to watch the first video or go do the research yourself. Use this numbers list to create a list of tuples. Each tuple contains a number and a movie associated with it, and then you'll need to print all of this out properly. So for example, you need to have 2, The Godfather, and so on and so forth. From the list of tuples, print out the movie titles again in a sentence. So now from this list of tuples, you need to try and print out only the movie titles, and also you'll need to, of course, be using the for loops. Research how enumerate function works and apply it to the movie list. And finally, how can this be used to create the same list of tuples more easily? Meaning that this enumerate function that you just discovered, how can we use it to more easily create a list? So pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, so this is our list of movies. By the way, you can use any list that you want, just make sure that it's at least 10. So right here, my favorite movie is the movies, and we used a for loop to print everything out. This is the temporary variable, this is the movies list, and we used the temporary variable as a value right here in our printout statement. Okay, so back in here, as you can see, we've printed out first of all the first 4 movies. I didn't add anything at the start, which means that we actually start from the first element and we print out the first 4 movies. Then I printed out the last 3. I started at 7 because remember we have 10, so I start at 7 and I go until the end. And finally, movies 3 to 9. I printed out 3 to number 10 because remember it's not included. And by the way, there was a easier way of printing this line out. So I'm going to duplicate, comment out, and then instead of 7, use -3. And remember this, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Fight Club, and Forrest Gump. When I right click and I run, you'll see that I still get the following. So how does this work? Well, if you remember in the previous video where we talked about lists, we can actually use negative indexing. So Forrest Gump would be -1. Fight Club would be -2, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly would be -3. So when I write -3 until the end, what happens? Well, you can guess, we print out the last 3 in here. If you didn't do this one, don't worry about it. If you did, you're a legend. Continue on. Okay, so the next challenge was to create a list of numbers. I just initialized the numbers list. I created a for loop from I in range 1 through the length of movies plus 1. And then I appended this I to the numbers. So my question to you is, why did we do length plus 1? Well, because remember, our goal is to actually give each movie a number next to it. So basically what we did in here is we got the length of the movies, and remember the length of the movies is 10 because 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. We have 10 movies. So in order to actually number the last one, which is 10, we have to add plus 1, so it becomes 11, so that it goes to number 10. If I remove this, you'll see that we only go to 9. Okay, so for the next challenge, you needed to create a list of tuples using the list of numbers that we just had. Now, to be frank with you, this is a very hard challenge because what you needed to do was, first of all, you needed to get the numbers list, get the movies at I, and then make a tuple out of them. Notice that right here I created a tuple and then append that tuple to the number movie tuple list. Very simply, I just instantiated or initialized the numbers movie tuple. I created a for loop. The I was the temporary variable over the range of the length of the movies. And then in here, for example, let's call this T is equal to the following tuple. And then I simply appended T. So I created a tuple, first of all, from the numbers right here. Using the I accessed the numbers and then the movies, and I created this list of tuples. If that was too hard for you, no worries, this is a bit of a challenging challenge to do. And finally, I just printed it out in a nice looking way. Okay, so the challenge was for you to access the names of the movies from the movie tuple list. So remember, right here what we have is a list of tuples, and I told you that tuples work just like lists. So 1 is at index number 0, or for example, let's take 8 is at index number 0 of each of these tuples, and the name of the movie is at index number 1. So what I did is I simply went through the movie's tuple, and then I had the temporary variable that is movie tuple. Remember, we store the value of each item from the numbers movie tuple in this temporary variable, and then I accessed the element at index number 1, which was the movie, and I got I love watching Shawshank Redemption, I love watching The Godfather, I love watching The Dark Knight, etc, etc. Okay, so let's talk about the enumerate. So what you needed to do was research enumerate in Python, and you could have used the Geeks for Geeks or W3 Schools. I personally prefer W3 Schools. So if we go right here, you can see that the way that enumerate is used and so on and so forth. But I'm basically going to give you the gist of it. I recommend that you read through this documentation and also you go through the Geeks for Geeks. But basically what happens is the enumerate returns a tuple of the index and value immediately. When I right click and I run, you can see that I get value, I get index and value. And I can also hover over this enumerate and I can see what it returns. And by the way, what we do in here is called unpacking tuples. Whenever we have a single value and from it we set 2 values, this is called unpacking a tuple. Don't worry about this for now, but if you ever encounter it, you'd know that this is called unpacking tuples. And we have the index and the value, and this is how it looks. Okay, so final challenge, which was to use the enumerate to create a list of tuples. Now we've already done this right here at the top, but this time it was much easier because instead of creating a list for the numbers and then having a list for the movies, we can simply use the movies list. We went through the movies list and then we got the index and the value just like we've done before. We unpacked this tuple and then we appended with this tuple. Remember, this is a tuple, we're appending it into the enumerate movies list, and we did index plus 1. Why? Because the index starts at 0, and we wanted it to start, oh no, thunder. We wanted it to start at 1. So, fellow Python programmers, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And if you did, please make sure to leave me a like. If you have any questions, please make sure to leave them in the comments below. Also, if you have any recommendations for a future video, you can also leave them in the comments below. If you enjoyed this kind of content and if you got to the end of this video, please make sure to subscribe. And in the next video, we're going to be looking at if statements. So without any further ado, if at any point you feel that you're enjoying the contents of this video, make sure to slap a like because I need to beat the YouTube algorithm. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so on the first line, we use a single equal sign in order to assign this value, that is the apple string, to the variable fruit string. If you are not sure how this works, you can always check out the video. I will link it at the top somewhere. And on the second line, we are printing out the result of an operation, that is the two equal signs, done on the variable. We are comparing the variable fruit to the string apple, and if they are equal, then the result is going to be true. So if I right click and I run, there we go, you can see that I get a true. And I'm going to dock it right here. So as you can see in here, what I did is I put the expression into a variable, calling it the Boolean expression, and then I printed out this expression. I also printed out the type of the variable that we're getting using the type method, and you can see right here that it is of class Boolean. We're going to look deeper into classes later on. But going forward, I'm not going to be setting them in variables and simply printing out the expressions directly. This is just for clarification on how things work. Now keep in mind, when comparing two strings, you have to be careful of the uppercase and lowercase. If I make this into apples with an uppercase A, right click and run, you can see that now it returns false. This is because it's case sensitive. Now what you can do in here is apply a function we learned in a previous video, that is the dot lower. So right here on the fruit I say dot lower, and this will take down any uppercase letters to the lowercase, and now when we compare it with apple with a lowercase, you can see that the result is true. Okay, so what we did in here, first of all, I commented out all of these lines using the Ctrl//, and I added a comment that in here we were checking the equality. But we can also check the inequality using this exclamation mark equal signs, which allows you to determine if two variables are not equal to each other. Like for example, country is set to USA, but country is different than China, and that actually goes into the true. It's actually true because they are different. And in here, if I type in USA, for example, right click and run, you'll see that the result is false because we are checking for inequality, and it returns true when they are not equal to each other. Okay, so now we are looking at numerical comparisons. As you can see, we can use the same operators on our integers, where we have age equal to 27. This is an integer variable, and we compare it with 25, or we check for the equality. And it turns out that 27 is not equal to 25, but it's not equal, using the inequality operator, it's not equal to 25, and we get a true. Okay, so what I'm doing in here is I'm using mathematical numerical comparisons to check if the value is greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. So you can see that, and I also added a string to make things more clear. So you can see right here, age greater than 27, that is false. The age is equal to 27, and we can see this reflected in the second line where age is greater than or equal to 27. This will be very handy when working and expanding your programs. So keep those in mind, same things hold true. So age less than or equal to 27, that's true. But is age less than 27? No, it's not, so it's a false. We can also check for multiple conditions. So as you can see right here, we have two conditions related with the AND. Sometimes you might need to have two or more conditions to be true in order to take a certain action. In here, we need both conditions to be true to evaluate into a true. We do this using the AND keyword. So you can see that the age must be greater than 100 and the country must be equal to USA in order to get a true. If one of these conditions is not satisfied, like for example the age must be greater than 108, when I right click and I run, I get a false. Even though this condition is satisfied, this one is not, so we get a false in total. So right here, what I did is I'm using, instead of the AND keyword, I'm using the OR keyword. And just to refresh your memory, if you want to duplicate a line, just click anywhere on the line and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. And if you want to move it around really nicely, or in a very cool way, you can hold down Shift, Alt, and use the arrow keys to move it up and down. But anyway, that's beside the point. As you can see in here, we are using something called the OR. Now this is a slightly different than the AND keyword, because if I right click and I run, you'll see that I get a true. Why? Because only one of these conditions must be satisfied in order to get a true output. If we're using an AND, both must be true. When we're using an OR, if all of them are false, like for example, if I change this to China as well, now this condition is false and this condition is false. Because both of them are false, I finally get a false. But if only one of them is true, like for example, let me change this back to 100. If only one of them is true, we get the output true. Okay, sometimes it's important to check whether a list contains a certain value before taking a certain action. So in here, the keyword in Python allows you to check for the existence of banana in your favorite fruits or for the orange in your favorite fruits. So banana is indeed present inside of the favorite fruits list, so we have a true, but the orange is not, so we get a false. If you don't know anything about lists, then I recommend that you watch the video that I will link right here at the top. And of course, this is also case sensitive, so if I change this from a lowercase a to a uppercase a and I run, you can see that I get false, because banana with an uppercase a in the middle is not present in the favorite fruits, only banana with a lowercase. And other times it's important to know if a value does not appear in a list. So you can use the keyword not in this situation. For example, grape not in favorite fruits returns true. Why? Because just like we were checking for the inequality, we're checking that the grape is not in the favorite fruits, and indeed it's not, so we return a true. Apple, on the other hand, is present in the favorite fruits, so apple not in favorite fruits returns a false. Okay, so we've looked at conditional tests. Now it's time to put them to work when working with if statements. Let's go ahead and continue on. Okay, so now it's time to use the evaluations that we get to change how our program behaves based on these expressions. You can put any conditional test in this line right here, where we have the if statement, and just about any action in the indented block that we have below. We've already covered what indentations are in the for loops, so make sure to check that out as well. If the conditional test right here evaluates to a true, then Python will execute the code in the following if statements, or any line for that matter. And if the test evaluates to a false, Python will ignore the code following the if statement. So right here you can see that the variable x is equal to 100. X, is it greater than 50? Yes, it is. So this evaluation is, or this expression is equal to true. It's a true. So if true, we will do whatever is in this block, which means we will print out x is greater than 50. If I change this x from 100 to 12, right click and run, you can see that first of all, the expression evaluates to a false, and we don't get anything printed out because the code inside of this if statement will not execute. But what if we actually wanted to get an output if this expression is false? So as you can see in here, we have the else statement attached to the if statement. So what happens is if the first expression evaluates to a false, we get whatever is in the else block of code. As you can see right here, x is not greater than 50. But if we change this from 100 or from 12 to 120, right click and run, now we only get x is greater than 50 and we don't execute whatever is in the else block. And just like we've had with the for loops, you can always add multiple lines, and no matter how many lines you add, all of them will be executed as long as they are part of the same block of code and have the same level of indentation. So oftentimes you'll need to test more than two possible situations, and to evaluate these you can use the elif block or syntax. It's called the elif syntax. Right click and run, and as you can see right here, 12 is less than, or it's not greater than 50 at least, so we don't get this line printed out, but we also don't get the else printed out. Instead, what we do get is this line printed out. So keep in mind that only one of the blocks will get executed. So you can see right here, 12, it's not greater than 50, but it is less than 20. So this expression right here evaluates to a true. You can even test it out right here. If I duplicate it and make it less than 20, right click and run, you can see that evaluates to a true, which means this block is working, which means we print out at least it's less than 20. And again, keep in mind, if I do the following, what do you think the output is going to be? Just take a second and think about it. Of course, when I right click and I run, you'll see that x is greater than 50, even though it doesn't make sense. But because this expression evaluates to a true, that means we execute this block of code and we get the following output. Okay, so as you can see in here, we can add multiple elifs one after the other. And it's very important to keep in mind that the hierarchy is important, because remember, only one of the expressions is going to be executed and one of the blocks of code are going to be expressed. I'll show you what that means in just a bit. But as you can see in here, we have the age equals to 33. So this condition is not working, or at least it evaluates to false. This expression evaluates to a false, this one as well, this one as well, and finally we have this expression that has a small squiggly line under it that we're going to talk about. You can see right here, simplified chain comparison. We'll see that in just a bit. But before we do that, the age is equal to 33, which means it's greater than 20 and it's less than 65. So this person is an adult. This block of code does indeed execute. And if we change this to 1, for example, right click and run, you can see that this person is a baby. And if I change this to 12, right click and run, this person is a kid, etc, etc. You get the point. Now this is what I mean when I say hierarchy is very important. I will select this line, hold down Shift Alt and move it up. So now we check for the 20 before the 13, and when I right click and I run, you'd expect that somebody who's 12 should be a kid, right? But when I right click and I run, you'll see that somebody that's under 12 is a teenager, which is not correct. But the way that we've written our program now, and I don't want you to do this, because of the way that we've written the program, we evaluate this expression, it turns out that it's true, and we get the following output. So I've taken it back right here. Now let's look at the simplified chain comparison. If I right click and I show context and action, you can see that I can change this to a simplified chain comparison. And if I click on that, you can see that I get a simpler expression of this. Now, if you're using a IDE that's different than PyCharm, that's okay, you might not get this, but anyways, you can write this way. And finally, in here, instead of using this elif, we could have simply typed in else. Not ellipse, we could have written else. Why? Because anything that's other than these values, like for example, I don't know, 9,000, will evaluate to this person is old. If I had kept the elif as before, if I did 9,000 again, you'll see that that person is indeed still old. So sometimes you might be able to use the elif instead of the else instead of the elif. Okay, so now that we've looked at how conditional tests work and we've applied them to our if statements and made use of them, it's time to again apply these if statements or make them work with lists. Let's continue on. Okay, so what I did in here is I combined if statements with lists. So I have the list of my favorite fruits. I have my fruit right here, that is apple, and I'm checking if the fruit is not in the favorite fruits, and we've already seen how we can do this in our conditional testing right here. So if the fruit is not in the favorite fruits, then I'm going to print out this is a disgrace because apples are amazing or whatever. And the same thing holds true in here. If this condition evaluates to a false, that means that we get an else, meaning that if the apple is indeed inside of fruits, then this is a good list. If I change this to pineapple, right click and run, now you can see that this is a disgrace because pineapples is amazing, or pineapple is amazing. So if I right click and I run, you'll see that as always we print out all of our variables. But there is a small hidden problem in here that you need to avoid at all costs. Now at first sight you might be thinking, oh wait, there's no problem in here, everything is working fine, there's no error, there's no warnings. But there is indeed a problem because we have a temporary variable created on the for loops, and again, if you don't know what this is, you can always refer back to the for loops video that I made. And we also have a variable outside of this temporary variable, outside of the context of the for loop, that is the fruit. And this is very bad. You always need to have different variable names because this can cause confusion for you and confusion for the Python interpreter. So I'm going to change this to be called favorite fruit. Okay, so what I did in here is I went through the list of fruits, and every single time I accessed an item inside of the favorite fruits, I put it in the temporary variable that is fruit, and then I checked if the fruit is equal to my favorite fruit. I gave it a special output where I said that this fruit is the best. Otherwise, I simply printed out the fruit as normal. So if I change this to cherry, now I get apple printed out normally and cherry is printed out in a special way. Okay, Okay, so now we are working with two lists at the same time. First of all, we have the available items in our local store, and then we have the groceries that we want to buy. So what I did is I went through the groceries that we have, and I checked every single item inside, and I put it inside of the items temporary variable. So if the item is not in the available items, I'm going to print out that this item is not available. So for example, in here we're trying to buy apples, but if we look in our available items, we don't have apples, so we print out the apples are not available. And this is a very nifty way of working with two lists at the same time and having, well, a very nice output. Okay, so we've covered conditional tests, we've looked at if statements, and we've seen how if statements work with lists. Now it's time for a bit of a challenge, or when I say challenge, it means you have to challenge your knowledge or the knowledge that you've learned so far in a mini project. So, congratulations! You just landed a new job as a data scientist after finishing the course at 2M Python Dev. You need to analyze some data. Welcome to the boring world. First of all, you'll need to print out the length of this list. You'll have a list down below in the comment. It's a big list, so copy it, paste it, don't write it out yourself. Print out the length of this list. Next, you'll need to create a loop over this entire list. You should be familiar with this if you've done the previous video. Inside this loop, we need to do the following. So, first of all, you'll need to print out how many integers, floats, and strings there are. This is a list of different integers, floats, and strings. You need to count every single one of these. Next, you'll need to print out how many even and odd integers there are, because floats and strings cannot be even or odd, so this is where you start using if statements. You actually start using it right here, but this is where it becomes very important. Next, you'll need to print out how many positive and negative numbers there are. Remember, floats can be negative as well as integers. You'll need to get what is the maximum and the minimum number in this entire list, including integers and floats. I recommend that you use the max and min. We've already seen these before. You can even Google how it works. What is the average length of a string in this list? Now, this is a bit of a harder challenge. If you're very ambitious and you've done everything correctly, you can do the following. You need to get the average length of the strings that we have. What is the average value of the numbers? Also a very challenging part, but you can do it. And here's a hint, you will need to use the nested if statements. It's just like normal if statements, you just have an if statement inside of an if statement. It's like if statement inception. I don't think I will keep this in the video. But anyways, and you can also use the type or the is instance. So I recommend that you Google this and you look at how it works in order to separate the integers and the floats and the strings. And of course, you need, for every single one of these, you need to initialize a variable at the top and then modify it inside of the main huge for loop. So pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, so as you can see, we got our data list and it's just a list of different and random integers, floats, and strings. And because it's a huge list, most IDEs will have a small little arrow right here that you can press just to compress it, because we don't need to look at it all the time. In here, I initialized all of my counters based on the challenge that we've had. You can see I looked at all of the challenges. I determined, okay, I need 3 variables right here, 2 right here, 2 right here, etc., etc. So I initialized everything, and actually in here, instead of writing int, underscore count equals 0, then float underscore count equals 0, etc. I just wrote them on a single line, just like I did in here, and finally, this is the weird part that you probably weren't sure how to do. Instead of writing 0, which is perfectly normal, you can make it minus infinity because we're looking for the maximum number, so we write it as minus infinity using this float. Don't worry if you didn't figure this one out, it's a bit advanced. If you did, found it in some research, that's great. Finally, we did the main important task in here, which is printing out the length of our data list, which turns out has 347 items in it. Okay, so in here what I did is I created a for loop over the entire data list, and every single time I accessed an item, I put it in the temporary variable that is the item. Then I looked up isInstance and I understood how it works, where if let me hover over it and see if it provides me any documentation, and you can see first of all we presented with an object. Don't worry if you didn't fully understand this, on the internet you probably found a much cleaner resource. And the second one is the class that we're looking to compare this with. So first of all I check if it's an integer. If it is, then I increase the integer count. Then I checked if it's a float. If it is, using an elif, of course. If it is, then I increase the float count, and finally I increase the string count if it turned out to be a string, and finally I printed all of this out. So as you can see from our data, we have 119 integers, 116 floats, and 112 strings, which is a very nice equal variation between them. Oh, and by the way, before I continue, if you didn't even get to this point or you were having a big trouble on how to do the rest, if this helps you, you can pause the video at any point and just continue the challenge yourself. Don't feel pressured that you had to do everything from scratch, or you feel that maybe it's embarrassing that you didn't do the first part, so now you don't do the second part. No, doesn't matter. It's about doing your best. If you feel that this was a very nice step for you to move forward, pause the video, continue forward. Okay, so what I did in here is I checked for even and odd, and the way I did this is I took this item and I used the modulo 2 on it, and if it's equal to 0, which means that there is no remainder, and I believe we've covered this. If you weren't sure how to do this, a simple search would have given you the answer. If the modulo of 2 is equal to 0, meaning that we don't have any remainder when we divide this item by 2, then we increase the even count, otherwise we increase the odd count using the if-else syntax. Oh, and I printed it out as well. Turns out we have 116 even integers and 3 odd ones. Okay, so this time, because we can have positive numbers if they are integers, and we can have positive or negative numbers if they are floats, I had to copy and paste this code in 2 places. Now, something very important that you need to keep in mind is whenever you find yourself copying and pasting code and using it multiple times, it means that you're starting to get redundant code and that there is probably a better way of writing this. But since we still haven't taken functions, this will be covered in subsequent videos. But again, sometimes, as we'll see, we can even reformat this to make it better. And I also, of course, printed out the positive and negatives, and as you can see, we have 118 positives and 117 negatives. Very nice distribution. Okay, so again, what we did in here, and this is part of the challenge that I told you was a bit challenging, well, that's the whole point, is using the max, and I did a mistake in here. We use the min and the min. See, when you duplicate, you have to be very careful, making sure that everything is correct before you duplicate or move on. So the max number that we've already established was negative infinity. What we do is we compare it with the item that we currently have, and the max allows us to get the higher number. So we provided with as many arguments as we want. In this case, we provided it with minus infinity and the first item, which was the nebula. Well, thankfully, we already had an if statement in here that made sure that we're dealing with an integer. So whatever the integer was, turns out that the item, let's say it was minus 9,876, that is much bigger than minus infinity, so now the max number became minus 9,000, etc. If we come up to 1, where item is equal to 1, then the max is 1, that means the max number becomes max. And we keep comparing until we get to the highest number, and we do the same in the integer, or when the item is an integer and when the item is a float. But again, in here we have copy and pasted code, so alarm bells must be going off in your head. And we can see that, I didn't print it out, you can see that the maximum number is 11,300 and the lowest number is 9,876, which was the first integer that we encounter. Nice. Okay, so what I did in here is I got the total string length. So every time we encountered a string item, we got its length and we added it to the total string length. So once we've added up the total string length, we took that average by taking the total string length and dividing it by the string count, and then we printed it out, and it turns out that on average each string that we have has a 7.616 length. Okay, so what I did in here is I created a new if statement, keep in mind, inside of the for loop because it's indented, and what I did is I got the total number of value and added the item every single time. And I made sure that in here that when I checked for the instance that it is an integer and a float at the same time, and I passed it as a tuple. This is a tuple. If you remember from a previous video, you can look back. Why did I use the tuple, or how did I even know that I should use a tuple? When I hover over the instance, you can see in here I can provide the type, I can provide a tuple of types. So always read the documentation. You can even see an example in here of how you can use it, where A and B are the different types, and then we have X. And once I added everything, I divided the total number value by the integer count and the float count added together, because remember, these are all numbers, and it turns out that the average count is 2,590. Now, remember when I told you when you're copying and pasting numbers, that is not good at all. So since I've created this if statement, now I can actually cut this from here, paste it in here, and I can even remove all of this unnecessary code right here. And if I right click and I run, I should have the same numbers outputted, but I was able to save myself the copy and pasting, and that is always very, very important. I was able to do this. Why? Because we were using this code when it's an integer, and we were using this code when it was a float. So I created an if statement that combines these two, and then I printed out. And by the way, we could have even used an elif in here and added it to this chain, but I felt that was not necessary. And in a case, it wouldn't be even correct, because if we added this, then the integers would be caught on the first if statement and the floats would be caught on the second one, so this one wouldn't work. That's why I separated it into another if right here. Okay, so my fellow Python programmers, that was if statements. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you got value. Again, if you did, please make sure to slap that like button. Please make sure to subscribe. And yeah, in order to continue on your learning journey, I didn't even know what we have next. I had to double check. You need to watch this video where we cover dictionaries. So, if at any point you feel that you're enjoying the contents of this video, please make sure to slap that like button because I need to beat the YouTube algorithm or any algorithm that there is. So, let's go ahead and get started. So this is a simple dictionary that stores information about a particular game character. It stores the name, the health, the level, if it's dead or if the character is dead, and the skills. A dictionary in Python is a collection of key value pairs wrapped in these squiggly brackets that you can see on either side. Each key, and you can see that these are the key value pairs, each key is connected to the value by a colon, and individual key value pairs are separated by commas, just like items in a list. The values can be any type that you want. For example, right here we have a string value, an integer value, another integer value, a boolean value, and then a list value. But something to keep in mind is that you cannot have two keys of the same name. They have to be different. So for example, 2 skills in here would not work, 2 health would not work, etc, etc. So the keys have to be unique, the values don't have to be anything. To get the value associated with a key, we can give the name of the dictionary that we have and then place the key inside of a pair of square brackets. So for example, the key in here is name. So in order for us to access the name, we get the game character, which is the name of our dictionaries. We open up the square brackets and we call upon that key, which is name, and then we have the following output. So we access the key name. Then we access the key health, which gives us the value 100, the value 5 of the key level, and then finally the skills. And notice that the skills are printed out just as they are, which is in the form of a list. And we'll see later on how we can loop through a dictionary and print out these skills in a better way. We can also add key value pairs to our dictionaries. As you can see in here, I want to add the key or the attribute to this game character that is the mana. And mana, if you don't know, is the amount of magic that a certain character can do. So I could have simply added the mana in here, but what if I wanted to add this mana during the gameplay or during the execution of the program? I can do it right here at this point. So as you can see right here, I didn't print out any particular key of the game character dictionary. I printed out the entire dictionary, and this is how the output looks like. We have the name, the health, the is dead, the level, and the skills. But if I move this over, you can see that now I have another attribute that is the mana, or not a new attribute, a new key value pair. It's a new attribute for our game character. Now if I do the same thing, so if I copy this line of code and I print it out in here before I make any changes, you'll see that in this case I don't have any mana at the end, and I simply end with the skills. And to add a new key value pair, all that you need to do is get the name of the dictionary, open up the brackets again, and then add a new key or the name of the key that you want inside of the square brackets, and then add the value at the end. And we can also modify values in a dictionary. So as you can see right here, I printed out before the attack and then printed out the health of the character, which was 100. And then after the attack, I assigned a new value to the health key, and it was 80. So now when I printed out the health, I have HP that is 80. So to modify a value in a dictionary, you simply give the name of the dictionary with the key in square brackets, but this time, since the key already exists in the dictionary and it's not a new key, we don't have a new key value pair being created. We are modifying the key, or we are modifying the value associated with that key. But let's actually use this in a more interesting way. So in here, what I did is I created a for loop over a range which goes from 0 to 10. So first of all, I got the game character at the health key, and then I did minus equals 10. And if you don't remember what this means, it basically means that we have something like this. And we've already covered this in a previous video. It's like saying that the game character at health is equal to the game character at health, but this time minus 10. So basically we take the game character at the key health and we remove 10 from it, and then we put it back into the game character health, basically modifying it. So every single time I loop through this for loop, I remove 10 and then I print out the health. So I started off with HP equals 90. And then I print out dead yet, and then I access the game character is dead. Now, unfortunately, in here I forgot to add a small f. So when I add the f, now I should print out false, 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 false. So you can see that the HP is still above 0, which means our character is alive. But at some point when the health is equal to 0, I'm going to set the is dead to true and print out that this character is dead. So at this point, I have HP equals 0. It doesn't print out true yet. Why? Because we print out that the character is dead before we modify this. So if I hold down Shift Alt and move the arrow keys down, and now I right click and I run, the last one should indeed be true. Now, using the keys in square brackets to retrieve the values you're interested in from a dictionary might cause one potential problem. What if the key that you're trying to get the value of doesn't actually exist? You are going to get an error. Let me show you what I mean. So what I try to do in here is I try to access the range key from the game character. And if I scroll up, you can see that there's no such key as the range, but I'm trying to get the range of Zara's attack. And as you can see right here, I get a error, which is a key error, which tells me that there is no key range. So to avoid such errors, instead of using the square brackets, I can do the following. So instead of the square brackets, I use the dot get, and inside of the get I use the range, and the dot get is a function that you can attach to any dictionary that helps you return the value for the key. If the key isn't in the dictionary, we else return a default, which is none in this case. But you can also provide the get function with a secondary optional argument that is the value that should be returned in case the key is not found. So for example, in here, if I don't find the range in the game character dictionary, I might want to return 99. So now the Zara's attack range is going to be 99 instead of none. And you can also return a string in here. Okay, so for some reason there was an error that I couldn't figure out. I just printed this out on a second line because it was getting too long, and actually I can hit enter in here. Nope, still doesn't look good. But anyways, what I did in here is I provided the get function with a secondary argument that is the sorry, this character doesn't have any ranged attack, and this is exactly what I got in the output. Zara's attack range. Sorry, this character doesn't have a ranged attack. So the get function is very important because it helps us avoid any errors in our program. And remember, when you get an error, your program doesn't continue executing, so it just stops. So it's better to make sure we avoid this. And also it allows you to print out something else, like for example, sorry, this character doesn't have any attacks. And finally, one of the basics of working with dictionaries is that you can actually remove a key value pair. Okay, so what I did in here, first of all, I printed out the level of the character, which is 5. Then I said that I'm removing the level data from the character, and then I use the del keyword. It's similar to the del keyword that we used when working with lists, and I removed the level from the game character, and then I printed out no level, sorry. Now, something important that might be happening to you as well as me is that whenever we're actually trying to get the keys, because these keys are of type string, I have to use them inside of double quotations or single quotations. And I've been facing a problem, and of course everybody might be facing the same. If I select all of this and I hit a single quotation, you'll see that I get an error. This is the same error I was getting in here. So if you're using single quotation marks around the entire print statement, then when you're working with this key right here inside of the dictionary, you need to use double quotation marks, and the same thing holds true right here. I'm using double quotation marks around the level, so inside of the get I need to use single quotation marks. Even in here, if I use double quotation marks, I immediately get an error. So keep that in mind when working and trying to print out the values of your dictionary keys. Okay, so that was the basics of dictionaries. Now we're going to be looking at looping through dictionaries, and it's very important that you understand how to do this properly, because most of the dictionaries that you're going to be working with have millions of key value pairs, and we have to understand and learn how we can go through all of these. So let's go ahead and take a look at looping through dictionaries. Okay, so as we've seen before, we can access every value using its keys individually. But what if you wanted to see everything stored in this dictionary? To do so, you'd need to create a loop to go through all of this dictionary. So, as you can see in here, instead of printing out every single key and value individually, I can create a for loop. I have two temporary variables. I have the key and then I have the value. And just like when we were working with the enumerate, if you don't remember the enumerate, you can go back to a previous video. The enumerate function works, or the items function right here on the game character dictionary works just like the enumerate function, where it returns a sequence of key value pairs that are unpacked into key and value temporary variable and variables, and then these temporary variables are used to print out every single key and then every single value associated with it. And if you remember, we have something called unpacking tuples, just like we are unpacking this into the key and the value. And if you don't remember, you can go back and watch the video about lists. We can also loop through only the keys if we want it. So the keys method in here, right here, attached to the game character, is useful when you don't need to work with all the values in a dictionary and you just want to loop through the keys. But actually, when it comes to dictionaries, you don't really need to use the keys method. You can simply use just the game character dictionary and it will do the same thing. But using the dot keys is more indicative of what's happening. In the future, I will simply be using the game character without the dot keys, but if you feel that using the dot keys is better for you to understand what's happening, then by all means use it. And of course, you can also loop through the values in your dictionary only. Can you think of what the function's name might be that allows you to loop through the values? So, I guess it was obvious that if you're looping through the keys in a dictionary, you'd use the keys method. If you're looping through the items, you'd use the items. And if you want to loop through the values, you'd use the dot values. So for value in the game character dot values, we print out the value. And I also wanted to print out the type of each value. So you can see right here, this is of type string, integer, integer, boolean, and finally we have of type list. So pretty simple. This is how you, or the different methods that help you loop through your dictionaries. So now that we've looked at how we can loop through dictionaries in different ways, it's time to look at how we can nest dictionaries. And when I say nest dictionaries, I mean we can have a list of dictionaries, or we can have lists inside of dictionaries, which we've already seen with the skills of our game character. And we can also have dictionaries inside of other dictionaries. This is when it comes to nesting. This is like having a dream inside of a dream, like an inception. Get it? Inception, like, I'm not gonna say, because dictionary and inception don't work together if you try to combine them. But anyway, let's go ahead and look at nesting dictionaries. So First, as you can see, we have a list inside of our dictionary. So one of the values associated with one of the keys is actually a list. And this is how it gets printed out, or this is how it's seen inside of a dictionary. It's just a list, just as always. But let's say we'd like to access and print out these skills properly. What would we need to do? So, as you can see in here, basically what we did is we created a for loop, we accessed these skills from the character and we looped through these and we have the skills printed out. Now, this is where things get a little bit murky and you need to watch out for a potential problem. With the get, you're trying to access the skills, but if you don't find it, then you'd say, all right, so I would return none. For example, if I use the A capital S, because keep in mind, when you're working with strings, uppercase and lowercase are always taken into account. When I right click and I run, again, I get an error, but you're telling me, whoa, I thought that using the .get would allow me to avoid such errors. Well, this time this is not a key error because it's not about the skills not being in there, it's because we return a none, and when we try to loop over a none, it tells us that the none type object is non-iterable. So when you're trying to loop over a certain key inside of your dictionary and you might not find it, what you can do instead is provide it with an empty list. So now when you right click and you run, you simply do not get anything. And by the way, this is the symbol of an empty list. But sometimes we can also find ourselves working with a list of dictionaries. So I'm going to add 3 new characters, and by the way, if you want to have your own characters, then by all means please give them their own names, their own skills, their own levels, whatever you want. I'm going to leave this either in the comment or in the description. Alright, so what I did in here is I took my 3 characters, which were character 1, character 2, character 3, and I'm just going to add a space in between the names to make them more believable. So we have Warrior King, Shadow Rogue, and Mystic Warden. I don't know where I got these from, but anyways, we put them inside of a list, and then this list we loop over it. So we get each individual character from the characters list and we put it in char, which is an abbreviation for character, and then we print out this character, and this is what we get, the 3 individual dictionaries printed out. And finally, we might also have a dictionary inside of another dictionary. So what I did in here is kind of hard, it's kind of fascinating at the same time. First of all, we have this quest log that we've added to the character number 1. So we have the first quest, which is find the lost amulet. It's in progress. The defeat the dragon, it hasn't been started yet. And then finally we have the rescue the village, which has been completed. So what we did in here is we used, or first of all we accessed, or we used the get to access the value of the quest log key, which is the dictionary right here. And then we apply the .items method, and remember the .items method returns a key value pair. In this case, we have the name of the quest as the key right here. So the quest, we have these keys, so this is the key, and then we have the status, which is the value associated to each key, which is the quest name. So we put the key, which is the quest, into the quest variable, the status, which is in progress, not started, completed, right here, and then we printed them out right here at the top. Let me just add a print to separate these. Right click and run, and okay, there we go. So the quests and their status of completion: find the lost amulet, it's in progress, defeat the dragon, not started, rescue the village, completed. Okay, fellow Python programmers, this was Dictionary. We've looked at the basics of Dictionary, we've looked at how we can loop through these dictionaries in various ways, and we've also seen how nested dictionaries work. Now it's time for our mini project and a small challenge for you to solve. So let's go ahead and do the challenge. So we're going to stay inside of the game handling world that we've been working in so far. So you're designing a game, the creators made some characters, and you need to analyze them and test them. If you don't know, I'm also a game developer. I also teach how to develop games on a second channel to Game Dev. And usually what happens is there's one job for the game designers, which design the game, design the characters, add certain skills, allies, health, like you're going to see right now. And then your job as a developer is to take those skills and analyze what they've added. Now, of course, when they create those skills, it's going to be in a different form, but in this case, we've simplified it and we've simply added the dictionaries. And again, the dictionaries will be in the description or in some comment. If you don't find them, please leave a comment. I will make sure to get back to you. So, first of all, you need to put the characters in a list and print them out in a dictionary form, just like we've done before. Next, you need to check if one of the characters is missing their allies. You need to print out which of your characters is missing their allies. How many skills does each character have? So you'll need to count them. Then you'll have to see what is the type of the values of each of the items and the characters. So you need to tell me what the type is. We've already done this. Which character has the highest level and the highest HP? Now this is going to be a tricky one because you'll need to use some for loops or maybe one for loop and then a few if statements. This is kind of a tricky one. Again, you don't have to do every single one, you can skip some of them. What percentage of quests has each character completed? This is also a tricky one. Add a special ability to each character. Elemental Fury, Shadow Cloak, and Battle Cry, and you can add your own to any character and you can add as many as you want. You can make them, for example, instead of just a string, you can make it into a list of special abilities. Finally, you'll need to print out the characters in an orderly manner. For example, if you're printing out the skills, they need to be indented and not separated by line. Same for the quests. So I want to see the output of a character very, very neatly printed out. So, something to keep in mind, you don't have to do all the challenge 100% completed. If I start the challenge with you and you start getting the hang of it, you can again pause the video, try to complete the challenge on your own if there was something missing, something you were not sure of. So the most important thing is to try. You have to try your best at all of these. Pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, so I combined the first two challenges together. First of all, we have the three characters. Again, you can copy them. I'm going to use the small triangle in here or arrow just to close them down because we don't need to look at all the characters. As you can see, I changed the name of some of these keys just because I wanted to give you a bit of a challenge. Some of you might just wrote name, haha, and it didn't work. Why? Because it's no longer name, it's actually player name. Alright, that's enough. We have three characters. They are similar to what we had before, except for some of them have allies. One of them doesn't have allies, and we're going to find out using this if statement right here. So we put all of them in a list. We create a for loop over the characters, and if ally is not in char, and why do I use char in here? How am I checking this? Why? Because every single item inside of the characters list is a dictionary. So when I get the char, I'm getting the dictionary character, and when I check if ally is not in char, it means I'm going through the keys. So if the key allies is not there, it means that the player doesn't have any allies, and we can see right here that Shadow Rogue is missing their allies. And if we look at Shadow Rogue, which is the second character, yep, there we go, no allies. Character number 3 does have allies, and we've seen that character 1 also has allies. Alright, so let me add an extra print in here. Basically what I did in here is the same thing. I went through every single character using the for loop, and then I printed out the character's name, and then I calculated the length of the character at that specific key, which is skills. Now again, in here I'm not using the .get, but I'm 100% sure that I have skills in there. But if you're not sure if you have skills or not, then using the get is better. Basically what I'm doing is accessing the value of skills, and the value at the skills key is what? It's a list, so I get the length of that list and I print out. So right here you can see that the Mystic Warden has 5 skills, Shadow Rogue has 4, and the Warrior King has 3. So now we were asked to determine the values types. So again, I went through all the characters and then I printed out so the values types of the following. Let me add 2 \t's, which creates a tab. So right here, the values types of the Mystic Warden, we have a string, integer, integer, list, which is the skills and allies, and finally a dictionary. And I did this for all the characters. You didn't have to. I just did this because the Shadow Rogue doesn't have allies, so they're missing one list in here. Okay, so as you can see in here, the highest level character is the Warrior King with a level of 10, and the highest health character is the Warrior King with a health of 150. So if we look down in here, we can see that 8, 7, and then the Warrior King has a level of 10 with a health of 150, 90, and 120. So the Warrior King has both the highest health and the highest level. So what did I do in here? First of all, I instantiated, or initialized is the better word. I initialized the highest level and the highest level character, the highest health and the highest level or the highest health character. And then I went through all the characters, and for each character I looked at the level. If the level was greater than the highest current level, which starts at 0, and of course the first character will have a higher level. So let's say we start with the Mystic Warden, which has a level 8. Okay, so the level of the Mystic Warden is 8, is greater than the highest level, so now the highest level is going to be the level of that character, and then the highest level character will be the Mystic Warden. And then when we move on to the next character, if their level is greater than the highest level, which was set by the Mystic Warden, then they have the highest levels. The highest level is set to that character that has the higher level, and then the highest level character is also set to that specific character. This is how it works. It might have been a very complicated for some of you. If you did figure it out, congratulations. If you haven't, don't worry, it was a hard one. This is a new concept and way of thinking in programming that you might not have seen before, but you should get used to this kind of getting the highest of something. And of course, the same thing holds true for the health. Just like we've done with the level, we do with the health. So in here what I did is I added these special abilities, and because I'm going to be writing special abilities every single time, I just put it in a variable key and then use the key right here in between the square brackets. And remember, when we add a new key, we don't modify an existing variable, an existing key, because it's already there, it's not there to be modified, but we create a new key value pair, and now we have these. I didn't really print it out because I felt like it's not needed, but I'm just going to print out that of character number 3. When I right click and I run the Warrior King, let me expand this. We should see at the end that the Warrior King has a special ability, which is the Battle Cry. Okay, so this is how you do, or you add a new key. Okay, so in here, as you can see, the Mystic Warden completed 20% of their quests, Shadow Rogue 42.9, and Warrior King 66.7. First of all, we go through all of the characters and we initialize the completed quest, because we need to initialize this for every single new character. This is why it starts at 0. Then we go through all the statuses, and what I did is I accessed the values of each quest that we have. So for example, when I get the character, I access the quest log, I get the dictionary, that is the quest log, and then I only need to go through the values in here. We don't need to go through much more. So I go through the values, I check if the status is equal to completed, and I increase the completed quest by 1. Then at the end, I got the total number of quests by getting the length of the quest log. Yes, just like we've gotten the length of any other iterable, which iterables are dictionaries, lists, and tuples. We can also get the length of our dictionary. When we get the length of our dictionary, we get how many quests we had in total, and then we got the completion rate, which is equal to completing the quest, completed quests divided by the total quests multiplied by 100, and we printed it out. Now, something weird in here that I added that you haven't seen before, although no, I think we did cover this in a previous video, the .1f. This allows us to only have a single point after the dot. This is to avoid having an output such as this one. As you can see, 66.6666 and 42.8571. We don't need all of these, so a simple 1 after the dot. You can also have 3, for example, if you want. So if you want to be really, really precise, but I think 1 is enough. Okay, so as the last challenge, you needed to print things out in an orderly manner. Now, something in here that you really need to keep in mind. I actually printed out the skills this way because I already knew that we have a list of skills, and I already knew that we had a dictionary of skills. But what you should do usually is you should check if the skills, or if is instance of your skills dictionary. So for example, right here, if I get the following, if this is, and then we have a list, then I proceed to loop through it and do all of this. Otherwise, I also need to check if it's a dictionary, and I would do the following. But now, since we're working with dictionaries that we are very familiar with, you can avoid this. And basically, this is what an orderly mannered output should look like. I have the character, which and then the name of it, the level, health, skills, printed out very neatly, the quests, and their statuses. So this was the challenge. I hope you try to do your best. Okay, so fellow Python programmers, I hope you did the challenge, I hope you tried your best, I hope you enjoyed the contents of this video. If you did, please make sure to again smash that like button, subscribe if you enjoyed the contents of these videos in general, and to continue your Python programming journey, you need to look at while loops in our next video. And again, I'm going to So, if at any point you feel that you're enjoying the contents of this video, make sure to smash the like button. That's what they usually say on YouTube. And let's go ahead and proceed. Proceed? Why did I say proceed? Okay, so this is a very simple input, and we've probably already seen inputs before. This is the input function. We simply use this to get the user to input something into the following prompt. So when I right click and I run, you'll see that I get this little prompt, and let me just dog this on the right hand side. So what is your name? Michael, boom, there you go. The name you gave us is Michael. You'll notice that the input also returns a value and it's stored in the message, and it's always a string. How did I know it's a string? Because I've already done this before. But if we check the type in here, you can see type, open up the parentheses on either side of the message, right click and run, and you can see that whatever I provide, it's always a string. Even if I provide a number like 54, you can see that it is still a string. This is something that we always have to look out for because we're going to be using it now in a practical example. Okay, so as you can see right now, what we've done is we've gotten the age and we're comparing it to 18 if it's greater than or equal to, and we're using it inside of an if statement. So if that person is greater than 18 or older than 18, whatever, 18 and older, then they are allowed to drink, otherwise they are only allowed milk. So if I right click and I run, what's your age? 60, hit enter, and there is an error. So what's the error? The error is type error, and it tells that the greater than or equal to not supported between instances of string and integer. And you'll notice even before we run, there was a little bit of a highlight over the 18, and if we hover over it, you can see that expected type string got integer instead. So age right here is a string, and Python already knows that, and we're trying to compare it to an integer, and that was something that they did not expect. So what we need to do is we need to convert this into an integer. To do that, we simply use the int function around this input. And if we hover over the int, you can see that it creates and returns a new object, and that object should be of type, okay, wait, that was not good. So the integer doesn't appear to provide us with the proper documentation, but basically it returns an integer. It converts whatever it finds into an integer. So now if I right click and I run 60, you are allowed to drink, right click and run, 12, sorry, only milk for you. But there is a problem in here. When you are converting this into an integer, if you try to provide a string, like Michael, for example, you'll see that we have a value error because we cannot convert Michael or whatever. How would you convert Michael into an integer? What would that number be? There's no translation for that. In such a situation, it would be a good idea to test if the value is a number. Okay, so what I did in here is before I convert the input that I got into an integer, notice that I removed the int from here, I first check if the age is numeric, and if I hover over the is numeric, you can see returns true if the string is a numeric string, false otherwise. And what's numeric means it's just a number. Otherwise, and notice how the if statements work. If you're not sure how if statements work, I've done this in a previous video. I'll link it somewhere at the top. You can see that this if statement or this else refers or is linked to this if statement, while this else is referred to this one. So basically what we do is, first of all, we test out if it's a numeric number. So if I type in Kalen, hit enter, we need a number, not a string. Let me right click and run. And now if I type in 52, hit enter, you are allowed to drink. How was that possible? Because we checked if 52 is numeric. It was indeed. We entered into this, we converted it into an integer, then we compared it with 18, and it turns out that they can, in fact, drink. Well, there's a little bit of a problem, and that is now we're stuck without any second chances. So if I right click and I type in like whatever, Michael again, you'll see we need a number, not a string, but the program is over. So what can we do about this? Well, we can actually copy this. So I'm going to duplicate this, and to duplicate you hit Ctrl D, and I can hold down Shift and Ctrl and use the arrow keys to slide it down right here to the bottom. You could have just copy and pasted, but I wanted to show you my fancy keyboard skills. The problem with this is, what if I run, or let me show you first of all, let's say, okay, Kalen, hit enter, whatever, we need a number, not a string, what's your age? I can then hit 20. There we go, excellent. But now I have to copy this code again and put it right here. You might be wondering, well, what's the problem? I don't care, I just converted into an integer, and by the way, we also had to copy all of this, not just the code that I copied, so this is what we should copy actually. Now you might be wondering, well, what's the problem, Michael? I mean, I just copy and paste, it's easy, 2 buttons, no problem. The problem is that now, let's say the program actually works, so let's say it's Michael, and now if I type in, for example, Peter, again, second try doesn't work. So now I have to do this. I don't know, maybe the user does this 10 times incorrectly. What can we do in such a situation? Well, thankfully, there's something called while loops. Now, we've talked about inputs, we've already seen inputs before, but I just wanted to make sure, because it ties in with while loops a lot, I wanted to give you a small refresher. Now let's go ahead and dive into while loops, which are going to be used for us to avoid errors such as these, where we're trying to get, for example, an input from a user and they keep getting it wrong. So we want to keep giving them chances to give us a correct answer. So let's go ahead and dive in. Okay, so this is a while loop. It starts with a declaration of the while keyword. This is just a syntax that you always have to use. It's then followed by a conditional. So while loops are just like for loops, but instead of using a predetermined number of loops, like in the for loop, we would say range in 5. That means it's going to do 5 loops. In the while loop, it's conditional, meaning that based on a certain condition, and if the condition is true, the code inside of the loop will keep executing. Once it's false, the loop is terminated and the program just continues from where it should continue. So for example, right here, we've initialized count at 0 and we said while the count is less than 5, keep doing whatever is inside of this loop. And what does this loop do? Well, first of all, you have the print where we print out the count and then we increase it by 1. Plus equals means we're increasing whatever this variable is by 1. So right click and run, and boom, you can see that this is the output that we get. Count starts at 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, and finally 4. Now let's go ahead and apply the while loop to our previous example. Okay, so now we will keep asking the user for an age while the age is not numeric. So remember, the is numeric returns true if it's a numeric number. So for example, 50 is numeric, then age.isNumeric is true. And then we reverse it with the not. So while this is false, we will continue doing this. So for example, while this one is false. So for example, age is numeric. Let's say we enter right here. So Michael, hit enter. It asks us for our age again. Kalen, it asks us for the age again and again and again. And it will keep asking us as long as the input that we've entered is not numeric. So right here, this one is false. But then when we reverse it with the not, this entire condition right here highlighted will become true. And while true, we will keep asking for the question. Just use your normal English language. While it's not numeric, we will keep asking for the age. So right here, right click and run. Let's try this again. We didn't have to do this. So as long as it's something that is not numeric, it will keep asking us. Finally, when we, for example, use 32, hit enter, you are allowed to drink. Let's keep this file on the side because I want to improve it later on. There's something very, very important though that you need to keep count of. Get it? Count, because we were doing count? No. Something very important is infinite loops. So, as you can see, what I did right here is I actually used the true value Boolean type to run this while loop forever. So now if I right click and I run, you'll see that this while loop keeps going forever. This is very, very crucial to keep in mind. While loops are very dangerous. Now in this situation, and when I say dangerous, I really mean it. Most of the errors that you get in a program are because loops are infinitely getting called. In this situation, I think even on your computer you can start hearing the VGA and the graphics card and everything in your PC going up because the fans are working overload because the CPU is trying to go through this again and again and again and again, and it's heating up. So while loops especially are very, very dangerous because they can go into infinity because they don't have a predetermined number of times they have to, well, execute. So keep this in mind when working with a while loop. You always have to find a way to terminate it. Now, thankfully on PyCharm and other IDEs, they already have like breaks in places to make sure that this doesn't break your entire program. So this is just a feature of your IDE, but in real life, when you're shipping this as an application, you might not have that luxury. Now let me comment this out, and then I'll bring back this. Now what I can do in here, and I want you to just take a second and think of what can you do in this case to make this loop infinite. Time's up. If I comment out the count plus equals 1, now the count stays at 0. And what that means is that this condition will stay true forever. So now when I right click and I run, you'll see that I always get 0 printed out. So something very important about while loops is that inside of a while loop, the condition which you're checking should be changed. What I mean by that, just like the count right here is equal to 0, we are checking while the count is less than 5, so we have to have a way to change the count inside of this while loop. Otherwise, this is what you get. You keep getting zeros forever. So first of all, you need to initialize this, then you need to make sure that you have the condition on the while loop, and finally you need to make sure that this condition will change down the line. But what would we do in a situation like this one, where the condition is true? And notice when I uncommented this, the count is highlighted, and if I hover over it, this code is unreachable. Why? Because this loop does not stop. So how are we going to fix this? Okay, so now we're going to look at a new concept that will allow us to break out of a while loop, which is the, well, conveniently named break. So right here, what I did is I said while true, so this should go on forever, the message is equal to an input, enter your name. This is a prompt that we've already seen before. And then we check if the message is equal to quit, we break out. So let's see what would happen. And of course, otherwise we just print out your name as etc. So right here, Michael. All right, your name is Michael. Kalen, your name is Kalen. Blah, blah, blah. There you go, your name is blah, blah, blah. And then, you know what, I'm bored, I just wanna quit. Hit enter, and we break out. How cool is that? So now we no longer have the issue of going infinitely throughout this while loop. So let's go ahead and implement this break into our age question loop right here. I want you to find a way where, or a place where we can place or check for if the user added quit. All right, so right here you can see that if the age dot lower is equal to quit, then I'm going to break out. So as you can see right here, I did the exact same thing I did in this program right here, where I added a break whenever the user types in quit, but I also added the dot lower because sometimes the user might add a quit with a capital. So for example, they can add quit like that. So right here, if I type in Michael, Kalen, everything is good. You know what? I just want to stop this program, just hit quit, and I get an error. So what's the error? So it's telling me there's a value error because we're trying to convert the integer into a quit. Oh, that's because the age is equal to the input and I've given it an int, and once we break out of the loop, we continue on with our project or our program as before. So what we need to do in here is we need to make sure that we only convert this into an properly only when we don't break out of it, once we finish the loop, if that makes sense. So for example, If I right click and run, 52, that is good, no problem. But when we break out, we actually continue on through this. So how do we make sure we avoid this? By using an else on a while loop. So in here, on the while loop, I will add an else and then add a tab right here. So now if I right click and I run, Michael, whatever, quit, boom, no errors. So here the else block is executed after the loop finishes all of its iterations, and notice that the else part is not executed if the loop is terminated with the break statement. So the else is a very important part when working with a while loop. Okay, so now that you've seen how we can work with inputs alongside while loops, it's time to delve into a more practical use for while loops when it comes to lists. So let's go ahead and continue on. Okay, so as you can see right here, we have a list of groceries. You should find it in the description or the comment. If you don't, please make sure to leave a comment. Tell me, hey, where's the grocery list? Do you expect me to just copy everything? Well, right here, what we did is, first of all, we printed out the grocery list again, and then we said while the chicken string in the groceries, meaning that while this chicken is still in the groceries, we are going to remove the chicken from there. So Python enters the while loop because it finds the value chicken in the list at least once. And once inside of the loop, Python removes the first instance of chicken. So if we hover over the removes the first occurrence of the value. So right here, if it goes, oh, it finds chicken, it removes chicken, but not the other chickens that are present. So once it finishes removing the first chicken, it goes back to the while loop and checks the condition again. Is it true? Then it re-enters this block of code and removes the chicken again. And it keeps removing chickens until when it goes back to the while loop right here and we test out the condition, it no longer finds chicken in there. So let me right click and I run. Let me right click and run. And you can see that on the first list, which is not very conveniently, it's super long. You can see that we have chicken, and in here we do not find any chickens in our list. And right now you might be thinking, well, why should we have used a while loop in the first place? We could have done this with a for loop. So let's go ahead and test it out and add a count where we count how many times we go through a while loop and how many times we would go through a for loop. Okay, so what I did in here is I initialized the count and I also wanted to print out the length of the groceries. Then I simply increased the count every single time we went into the while loop and I printed out the count at the end. So when I right click and I run, you can see that the count is 4 with a list length of 17. So now let's do the same for a for loop. Okay, so I've basically done exactly the same thing with a for loop where I increase the count every single time we go into this for loop and we check if it's equal to chicken, we remove it. So remember, the count was 4 for a while loop. If I right click and run, you can see that now it's 13. The list of, or the length of the list has not changed, but the count has increased almost 3 times. Not almost 3 times, almost 4 times. So imagine we have millions of items. How much time would we have saved by using a while loop? Not to mention the extra logic and the lines that we had to use. So keep in mind, whenever you go into a for loop, as you saw right now, like when we had an infinite loop, our fans on our computers started slowly to go faster. Things start to heat up. So imagine how much we saved. Instead of 4 times with a while loop, we could have done 13 times with a for loop and just added more pressure on our CPU. So that was amazing. Okay, so fellow Python programmers, congratulations, you've officially mastered while loops. You know how to use them with inputs, you know how to use them with while loops. But now it's time to put all of this into practice with a mini project and a, well, challenge. So let's look at the challenge. Your challenge is going to be to create a guessing game. Yay! So, you've been assigned as a host on a TV episode where a user must play a guessing game. And of course, maybe the host isn't the right word. You are assigned as a programmer for the TV episode. Whatever, I don't care. First of all, you need to import the random library. Then you need to get a random integer as the number the user should guess. So, look at how you can get a random integer using the random library. Also look at how we can import libraries. Initialize the guess at none and the attempts at 0. So the user is going to have a guess and there are going to be the number of attempts. You should initialize both of these at the start. Next, you'll need to create a while loop that keeps going as long as the guess is different than the number to guess, so the number that it should guess. You'll need to figure out how to create that condition. Inside the loop, ask the user's input on that guess. Of course, you need to get the input. If it's a digit, convert it into an integer and increase the attempt. So if the user has an input, you need to check if it's a digit or a numeric. Just if you want, not if you want, I do recommend that you search the is digit and the is numeric and the difference. Indicate to the user if their guess was too low or too high using the ifs. So we need to tell the user whether their guess was higher or lower than the actual guess. And by the way, when you get a random integer, I recommend you keep it between 0 and 100. Don't make it too hard for the user. So indicate to the user if their guess was too low or too high using the ifs. And then finally, when they get the correct answer, print out a message and the attempts it took them to finally finish it. So pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, so right here, all that I did is I imported random. That should have been easy for you to do with a bit of research. Then what I did is I found rand int, which if I hover over, it returns a random integer in range AB, including both endpoints. Now I chose 1 to 100. You could have chosen whatever you wanted, but obviously 1 to 100 is feasible. I initialized the guess at none and the attempts at 0. Okay, so again, what I did in here is I created a while loop that checks if the guess is different than the number that we're looking to guess, and then I got a guess input right here. Now I changed the variable. I could have said guess equals to the input, but I just wanted to change the variable right here because then once I convert it into an integer, I'm going to keep it back. Alright, so basically what I did in here is I took the guess input and I checked if it's a digit, which is basically just like checking if it's numeric. Then I said that the guess is going to be equal to guess input converted into integers, and I'm going to increase the attempts by 1. Okay, and now in here what I did is after I've converted the guess into an integer, I compared it with the number to guess. So if it's less than the number to guess, I'm going to say that it's too low. Otherwise, meaning that if it's greater than the number to guess, I'm going to say that it's too high. Okay, so one thing that I added right here is an else statement too if the input is a digit, and then tell the user that you should enter an integer. And finally, I printed out congratulations, you've guessed the number, and I show them the number, and it only took you the number of attempts. So let's go ahead and test out our code. I'm going to right click and run and move this a little bit. So get a number between 1 and 100. I'm going to say 50, too high, okay, 30, too low, 40, too high, too high. It says too high, but it also says congratulations, you got the correct number. So it did print out an high. So this was wrong from me. Instead of the else, I should be using an elif. And if the guess is less than, greater than the number to guess. So let's test it out again. So guess a number: 50 too high, 30 too high, 10 too low, 20 too high, 15 too high, 12 too low, 13, 13, hit enter, too low, 14, there we go, only took me 9 attempts. Let's go ahead and try and enter something else like Michael. Please enter an integer. Okay, let's say we enter 20 and then we enter Michael. Okay, there we go. And again, 56, etc. Everything works perfectly fine. Okay, fellow Python programmers, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you got value from it. If you did, please make sure to leave a like, a comment if you have any questions, and consider subscribing if you enjoy this sort of content and you are learning Python properly from these videos. In the next video, we're going to be looking at functions, which are the next level when it comes to Python programming. So far, everything that we've done is simply going from top to bottom when it comes to our programs. But once we start working with functions, you'll see that things start jumping around. So to learn about functions, so if at any point you feel that you're enjoying the contents of this video, please make sure to slap that like button and let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so this is an example that shows the simplest structure of a function. The first line uses the keyword def to inform Python that we are defining a function. This is the function definition, which tells Python the name of our function, which is in this case hello world. Next, we have the parentheses that hold information that a function might need, and we'll see later on how we can send information to that function. Of course, in this case, there is no information needed for this function, so we left it empty. Finally, the definition ends with a column, something that you always have to remember to put there. Now, notice that after that, we have an indented line. This is similar to the indentations that we've seen with for loops and while loops and if statements. So every single function, or actually this is called the body of a function. This is a block of code that is executed when a function is called. And speaking of function calling, here we have the hello world. This is where we actually call the function. So now if I right click and I run, you'll see that I get hello world printed out. Now, something else you might have noticed is that I left 2 spaces below this function. Sometimes people leave only a single space. You might see this a lot, but if you do that, you'll notice that we have a little yellow squiggly line. This is just a simple warning, and if I run the code, you'll see that nothing happens. But if I hover over it, you can see that it's PEP 8, 305 expected 2 blank lines. So this is what the gods of Python want us to do. They want us to leave 2 blank lines after a function, and also if there's anything above the function as well. So if I say like message equals 1, whatever, you'll notice that also we have this warning because expected 2 blank lines above it. 1 single line doesn't do it. 2 blank lines are needed above and below a function. Now let's look at what happens when we actually pass information into a function. So notice that now we provide the function with a name to print, and we use that variable inside using an f-string to print something out. If you don't remember how to use the f-string, you can always go back to the video that I will mention above about variables, printing out strings, etc. And notice that we have an error in here. If I right click and I run, and I try to run this, you can see that hello world is missing 1 required positional argument name to print. So we said that this function takes in some information that is the name to print, and we're calling this function without providing that name. So we need to pass a name into hello world, and I'm going to pass in my own name, that is Michael. So now when we right click and we run, you'll see that I get hello Michael. So these are called parameters and arguments. This right here is called the parameter. Sometimes it's referred to as an argument. These are used interchangeably, but an argument is the piece of information that's passed from a function call. So technically speaking, this is an argument and this is a parameter. But don't worry, most people, including me, use these interchangeably. So if you want to call this parameter, as long as you know that this is a parameter, this is an argument, or this is an argument, this is a parameter, doesn't matter. You can switch it around. I think I said the same thing, but no worries about that. Let's continue on. Now that you've seen how we can define a function and how we can call that function with a bit of information being sent to it, it's time to delve a little bit deeper and look at arguments, because believe it or not, arguments are a lot more, or can be a lot more intricate than you can first imagine. I don't know what I said, let's dive into arguments. Okay, so as you can see in this situation, we have two parameters, and this is very important to keep in mind. When you have two parameters, just like we've had one parameter, we need to provide two arguments right here, or you can use them interchangeably again. I copied the exact same function that I had in here and made some modifications. And now when I right click and I run, you can see, hello, Michael, your age is 28. So I just turned 28. Today is the 23rd of January, 2024. My birthday was on 16th. So as a late birthday present, leave me a like. Anyway, that's beside the point. As you can see, we've provided two arguments to this, but it's very important to keep in mind that the order in which you send these parameters is very important, because if I change this from Michael and then 28 to 28, then Michael, look at what happens. I right click and I run and I got hello 28, your age is Michael, which is a total disaster. So keep that in mind. I'm going to keep this mistake right here, and I'm going to duplicate this line twice using Ctrl D. So something very important is that you can also call a function multiple times. As you can see right here, we provided two new people, which are Kaylin, whose age is 9, and Jimmy, who's 58. Now let's go ahead and look at keyword arguments. Alright, so notice that we no longer have a random or wild output whenever we run this. So first, we still have this one, which is weird, but even though, okay, this should be 28, now it's no longer weird. So notice that because we use something in here that's called a keyword argument, and this is a name value pair that you pass to a function. So when you pass an argument to the function, there is no confusion, even though 28 is still the first parameter sent or argument sent. You can see because we've specifically told it that it's the age that's 28 and the name to print is Michael, there was no confusion and we got a proper output. Now the question is, what would happen if somebody decides that they don't want to provide a parameter? How would we solve this issue? So right here, I can simply remove the age, and you can see that I have a big warning in here, and if I right click and I run, I get the error, and we've seen this before. So to avoid such issues, we can use something called a default argument. So right here at the top, next to age, I can say that by default, if no age is provided, the age is going to be 18. So now if I right click and I run, and I notice that we have some kind of warning in here, but that's okay. So notice in here, even though I had not provided the age, by default the age was set to 18. So if an argument for a parameter is provided in the function call, Python uses that argument value. If not, it uses the default value, because right here, for example, Kaylin is still 9 because 9 or the age was provided. Jimmy is still 58 because 58 was provided. But in this case, because we didn't provide the age to or for Michael, it was set to 18. Now we have a bit of a highlight here. You can see that it's expecting an integer and got a string instead. That's because Python realized that age has a default value of 18, which means it should be an integer. This is just a warning, it's not a huge problem. But even though this can save us in many situations, you have to keep in mind that the proper positioning still is important in here, because if I do the following, for example, I only have 28, when I right click and I run, the output becomes hello 28, your age is 18. Very weird. So the best way is to use keyword arguments with default values. And one last thing before moving on is making sure that you don't provide too many arguments. So as you can see right here, we've had hello world function being called, we provided it with a name, we provided it with an age, and then we just provided it with 22. What's this 22? I don't know, neither does the function, so when we run, we get an error. And if we read the error, you can see that hello world takes from 1 to 2 positional arguments. Notice, why does it say takes from 1 to 2 and not just 2? Because we already told it that age has a default value, which means we can provide it with 1 to 2 positional arguments, but 3 were given, which gives us an error. Okay, so now that you've seen how a function is defined, and we've looked a little bit deeper into arguments and how they work, now it's time to move on and use functions in a better way, because they don't always have to display something. Functions can also return something to you. So let's delve into that. Alright, so right here we have a return statement inside of our function, something that's very new. And you'll know that return is different than everything else because it has a different color. This is something very helpful about our IDE. So basically what happens is the function that is calculator, and as you can see it takes in 3 different variables, x, y, and z, or 3 different points of information or arguments, parameters, whatever you want to call them, and then it calculates the result, which is x plus y plus z, and then returns that result. Now what happens in here is that we actually call the calculator function provided with the 3 parameters that it needs, and then because of this return statement, the value of result is stored in the variable value, and then when we print out, the value is, well, 23, because 5 plus 12 plus 6 is 23, I believe so. Yes, it is, because 12 and 6 is 18, plus 2 from the 5 and then 3, 23. All right, anyway, that's me with math. So, as you can see, we can also change this to have a default value. So when we change and we say that z now is equal to 0, we can actually remove the 6 from here, and now when I right click and I run, you can see that I get 17, so we only have to provide 2 numbers. And also keep in mind that a function can return any type of value. So I'm going to change this right here slightly. Actually, I will duplicate it and I will comment it out using Ctrl//, and I will say, instead of having result equals x plus y plus z, I'm going to put 2 square brackets around and a comma in between them. So now this becomes what? It becomes a list, exactly. So when I right click and I run, you'll see that now this is a list that's being outputted. And we can make sure that it's a list, first of all, by hovering over it. You can see that the value is a list, but we can also check with or try to access a value. And what do you think the output of this is going to be? Try to think about it. Yes, exactly. We access 12 because it was a list that contained x, 5 at position 0, 12 at position 1, and 0 at position 2. We can even make sure of that. And finally, before moving on, let's go ahead and look at using a function inside of a while loop. Okay, so now what I did is I created a while loop, and what this while loop does is it keeps asking the user to enter 3 values, or enter the values you want to add together. So we have number 1, number 2, and number 3, and finally we print it out in the result. Now this will give you a small hint that the output is not gonna look like we expect. So I will right click and run. And first of all, it asks us enter the values you want to add. I'm going to say 20, 30, and 1. All right, the result of the calculator is 20,301. Not a very good calculator. So what do you think happened in here? Usually 20 plus 30 is 50 plus 1 should be 51. Instead we get this huge number. So again, as I told you, the highlight right here should give you a hint if you want to pause the video and think about it. We've already seen this before, especially in the previous video. So what happened in here is if I hover over this, it tells me that expected type int got str instead. Well, if you remember from the previous video, we said that when we're working or when we're getting an input, it's always a string. So we have to convert it into integers. So now when I right click and I run, yes, stop and run, 20, 31, as we expected, we got 51. If I try 10, 15, 99, there we go. Let's try some big numbers and see what happens. There we go, they are all calculated. And of course, in here, we have to make sure that the inputs are digit and that the users has some way of breaking out, because as you can see, this goes infinitely. But now we're focusing on what we're working on, which is making sure that we know how a function is called inside of a while loop. If you want to expand on this and make sure that everything is correct, I highly recommend that you do. Okay, so we've defined the functions, we've seen multiple arguments and we've delved deeper into arguments, and we've also seen how we can return values. But so far, all the arguments that we've been working with were predetermined. So we knew that the calculator would take X, Y, and Z. We knew that the hello world would take the name and the age and whatever. What if the number of arguments was arbitrary? What if we want to send 5, maybe 10, maybe 50 arguments and parameters to our function? How would we handle that? Let's go ahead and look at that. Okay, so as you can see, we've created a function that we've seen before, nothing too special except for this args right here. And this args has something very special behind it, that is the asterisk. This is called an asterisk. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, I believe so. So the asterisk in the parameter name, for example, right here, it's the asterisk args. By the way, this could have been called anything. This can have been called X. It's just customary to call it args. And basically the asterisk tells Python to make a tuple called args containing all the values this function has received. So we basically are packing all of the different arguments into a tuple and sending it. And if you're not sure of that, you can, of course, you don't have to take my word for it. You can always print out the type of args. And if I right click and I run, you can see that it is of class tuple. Now what happens in here, once you understand that this is a tuple, and again, if you don't remember what tuples are, you can always go back to the video about lists. Once you understand that it's a tuple, it's very easy to look at this for loop and say, all right, so we're going through every single element inside of the arg and we're extracting the number from it, and then we're adding it to the total. Finally, after calculating all of the values inside of the arg, we get total. So as you can see in here, we provided 5 different numbers, but if we wanted, we can provide an extra one. So when I right click and I run, it gets calculated, and we didn't have to add anything right here at the top. So let's say I add another number. There we go. I can add as many as I want, and this is very, very helpful. Even more crazy is you can, for example, add something like this, where you just add a Michael. And if I right click and I run, you can see that of course it causes an error. Why? Because we're trying to add, the total is an integer, and we're trying to add a string to it, which of course causes an error. But the error wasn't caused, now notice, we actually were able to get through to the function. So the function was called, the only problem was that you cannot add strings and numbers. But what if we actually wanted to provide a specific name? So as you can see right here, we've provided two parameters or two arguments. One of them is the name and the second one is the star args. And this is again where positions are or the way you position your arguments is very crucial. We provided the name first and then everything else will be packed into a tuple and sent as an arg. So when I right click and I run, you can see that now it tells me that the sum is 180 Mr. Michael. If I change this to Kalen, for example, right click and run, it says 180 for Mr. Kalen. So Python matches the positional and keyword arguments first and then collects any remaining arguments in the final parameter. And finally, let's look at keyword arguments. That means when we have many different keyword arguments. Okay, so look at what we've just written. This, like if you take a look at this, it really looks like very advanced and complicated code. But if you know your stuff and you've watched my videos up to this point, then these should be very, very easy. So first of all, we've defined a function. Already done that before. Next, we have username and email. Pretty straightforward so far. And then we have this weird thing right here, 2 asterisks, not just 1 but 2, and then we have quarks. What the heck is even that? Anyways, inside we have the profile, which has the username and the email. Then we have a for loop right here, and by the way, this is a dictionary. If you're not sure what dictionaries are, you need to make sure to go back into the lesson about dictionaries. I will link it at the top. And in here we create a for loop that has attribute, value, quarks.items, and then we use the attribute to set some specific keys in the profile. So I'm not going to delve too deep into this because I've already covered .items and all of that in the dictionaries video. But just to let you know, item allows you to go through a dictionary. Items allows you to go through the key value pairs of a dictionary, and then the attribute is set as a key and the value is set to the value. And what does that mean? That means that the quarks or keyword arguments is what is its type? Come on, I can already hear you saying it. Quarks are going to be of type dictionary. So keyword arguments basically this is a feature that is useful when you have a function that accepts a flexible number of keyword arguments. Like for example, right here, we have a user profile. We're trying to create a new user and we don't know what this user is going to be providing us. How much information does this user want to give us? He can give us his name, he can provide us with his email, but he decides to give us his age, his location, and his interests. Maybe other people don't want to give us their interests, but in this case, he did provide us with his interests and location. So we have to take all of these into account. This is why we have the quarks. So the star args is when we have an unknown number of arguments, and the quarks is when we have an unknown number or arbitrary number of keyword arguments. And I hope this is very simple to you, especially if you've already worked with dictionaries in the previous video. This all should be a piece of cake when you break it down. Okay, fellow Python programmers, congratulations on making it this far. If you have, please make sure to tell me in the comments. I would love to hear it. If you have any questions, of course, you can always leave them down below. Now that you've understood what functions are, you've seen this very complicated stuff about keyword arguments and arbitrary number of arguments, crazy stuff. And now it's time for a bit of a challenge for you to test out your knowledge. So let's go ahead and delve, and it's also going to be a mini project to test out your knowledge and the things that you've learned so far. So let's look into it. Okay, congratulations! You are now a proud owner of a bookstore. When I was making this, I realized that the bookstore is just called a library. But anyways, congrats! You have been hired to create an application that handles various library and book needs. Let's look at these. First, you'll need to create a global list of available books. And when I say global, global means a variable that is declared outside of any and all functions. So it's a variable that's not part of a function, it's outside of a function. And it can be used throughout the code. Create a function that takes a title, an author, and an ISBN number. If you don't know what an ISBN number, I'm also not sure what it is. I just know that it's some kind of standard thing. If you go into Amazon, you can find the ISBN number for any book. As parameters, so 3 parameters, and as a dictionary with title, author, and ISBN to available book list. So we have a list of dictionaries, and each dictionary has 3 key value pairs that are title, author, and ISBN number. Next, the ISBN gets a default value of 0. These should be 10 digits because maybe somebody just hasn't remembered what this is. And in here, you can choose whether you'd like to have this default value an integer or a string. It comes back to you, or maybe at some point it has to change. Write a function that prints out all the available books. You can do this. Create a function that allows someone to borrow an unlimited number of books. That's where you have to figure out how to make sure that the user can have an unlimited number of books. This function takes in the titles someone wishes to borrow and goes through them and checks if all of these titles are available. So even before someone can borrow a book, you need to make sure that it is in the book. And also don't forget that when you actually borrow a book, you have to remove it from the available books. So something to keep in mind. And okay, so sometimes I forget what my challenge points are. And finally, you'll need to add books using the function that you made using loops. Sorry, I had to make this weird sentence because I didn't have any more space. So at the bottom or in the description or in the pinned comment, I'm going to leave you with a list of tuples that are the books that you can add. And you have to use a loop. And of course, once you create the function that takes in the title, author, and ISBN number, you take this function and you use a loop to go through and add all of these books to your available books, and of course then print out all the books and borrow some books. Make sure that everything works. So pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, so first step is just making the global variable. Maybe some of you were confused. They're like, oh my god, where should I have started? There you go. If you want, this is the first point. I know global sounds crazy, but it's nothing more than just declaring a variable. Okay, so this is the function that will allow us to add a book. As you can see, it takes in 3 parameters, title, author, and the ISBN number, and then it appends to the available books list. And you can see right here that I just wanted to make sure that I have had enough space. So .append, and I add what? A complete dictionary where I have title, author, and ISBN as the keys, and I also have the title, author, and ISBN as the values. And notice when I double click on them, these are the parameters sent to my function. And finally, just for the sake of testing things, I added book added with the title so that we know, with a bit of a indentation. Okay, so this is the function that will allow us to list all of our books. First of all, I just said these are the available books. I went through all of the available books and put it in the default variable that is book. And then I added a bit of a \d in here, just so, again, a bit of indentation. And then we print out the book's title, and notice that we access the values of this dictionary using the key names. again, should go back to the video if you're not sure what's happening, right here by the author, and finally the ISBN. And again, because I didn't have any more space in here, I just hit enter. The output should not change. Okay, so this is our function right here that allows us to borrow books. The first hard step was making sure that you understood that we need to add this asterisk behind the titles because the user can borrow 1 book, 2 books, 17,000 books. I hope he doesn't. Next, we have a for loop that goes through all the titles. Remember, this is a tuple, so we go through all the titles. Then inside of that, we go through all the books, and then for each book, we check if the book at the title is equal to title, so that we make sure that this title that the user is looking for, okay, is available in the available books. So we have to go through all the titles and then go through all the books and check if that book, at any point, if we find that book equal to the title, we remove that book from the available books and we print out that we've borrowed it, and then we break out because we want to break out of this loop right here and go back to the for loop right here. And then finally we have this else statement which tells us that the book was not found in case, well, the book wasn't found. Alright, so right here what I did is I simply copied the sample books that I had, and then I created a for loop that goes through these sample books. And because we have a list of tuples, which means we get book set as an element, and each element would be a tuple, and then I access the first one, which is the name of the book, the second element, which is the name of the author, and finally the ISB number. So when I right click and I run, as you can see, we get an error because tuple index is out of range. Why? Because right here, as you can see, some of these were missing their ISB number. And I left this intentionally because I thought, well, some of these should take the default value of 00 that we provided right here at the top. So to avoid this, I'm going to simply set these again. And of course, the ones that you'll have will already have the proper numbering, so don't worry about it. Now, if I right click and I run, you can see that I get this. So book added, To Kill a Mockingbird, The Great Gatsby, all of these very, very nice books. I haven't read any of them except for this one, I believe. Don't think I'm that smart. Oh, and The Hobbit, also very nice book. Okay, and finally in here what we did is we listed all the books, borrowed a couple of books, and then listed the books again just so we can see if the available books actually changed. So if I right click and I run, boom, as you can see, this is what we get. First we have the books added. Next we have the available books. These are our available books. As you can see, each book has the name by a certain author, and finally the ISBN number. And you can see right here that we borrowed 1984, that's great. We borrowed War and Peace, excellent, but the book not found, the Odyssey. Why is that? Well, I did something on purpose, and that is I added an extra space. And remember, these are strings, so they are very, very, first of all, case sensitive, and second of all, the space is considered a character as well. So the book not found, the Odyssey. Finally, we borrowed another book, that is Catcher of the Rhine, and another book that I tried to find, The Lord of the Rings, but I didn't find it. Now, if we print out the list of books again, you can see that 1984 is missing, War and Peace is missing, what else is missing in here? Catcher of the Rhine is also missing, but the Odyssey, because it wasn't borrowed, is still here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. That was a long one. I think this is going to be a very long video, but it is filled with value. I made sure to cover almost everything in functions. Of course, I would need a lot more hours to cover everything, but you've learned a lot. You've learned how to define a function, you've learned how to present it with arguments, you've learned how to present it with multiple and sometimes arbitrary number of arguments, and you also learned how you can use it inside of a loop, and finally you tested out all of your knowledge with the mini project. Now, in the next video, we're going to be looking at object-oriented programming, so you should click on the video right here, and also you should like this video because I provided you with so much and you got to this point and my back is hurting and it was my birthday, and come on, just like the video and click right here. So if at any point you feel that you're enjoying the contents of this video, make sure to slap that like button and let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so first of all, we define a class that is called movie. This class is a blueprint for creating movie objects, and the class is the simplest form of that. By convention, whenever we're creating a class, the name of that class has to be in the uppercase. So we've seen that variables are in the lowercase, functions are in the lowercase. Now finally we can use the uppercase to define a class. And notice that there are no parentheses in the class definition, unlike functions, because we're creating this class from scratch. Later on, we're going to be adding parentheses when we want to create inheritance from one class to the next. And finally, we have the pass right here, because you cannot just create a class and not have anything in there. So just like functions, just like if statements, we have to add something, and I added this pass. This is whenever you don't want to add anything, and if I right click and I run, as you can see, we get this output, which is basically nothing. Okay, so in here we've added the init method, which is a special method in Python that runs automatically when we create a new instance, and we'll see what this instance means later on. Basically, it's when we create a new movie object. A function that is part of a class is called a method. So we've seen functions before, but we define functions inside of classes and then we call them methods. Now, some places you'll find that people use functions and methods interchangeably. Don't worry, you can use them however you want, it doesn't matter. So everything you've learned about function applies into methods as well. Alright, so this is an instance of a class, and this instance is just a variable that is of type movie. And notice what we've provided it with. We've provided the title, and this is something that we haven't talked about, don't worry, we're going to go over these. We've provided the title, that is Inception. We've provided the director, that is Christopher Nolan. So this is exactly the same thing as we've done with functions. We are sending in parameters. And finally, we have the release year, that is 2010. So if I right click and I run, you'll notice that we don't get anything. But let me show you, if we simply print out hello inside of here, and I want to show you how this is called automatically. So notice right here, I didn't call the init anywhere. I simply created an instance of a class or an object of type movie, and when I right click and I run, you can see that hello is called or printed out, which means that this init was called automatically. So this is just for testing. I'm going to comment it out. Now let's take a look at what's inside of this init method. So first of all, as you can see, it takes in 4 parameters: the title, director, release year, and also the self. So what is this self? This self is a parameter that is required in the method definition. So every single method that you create in movie, we'll see later on that there are some exceptions, but every single method that you create needs to have this self parameter. And it always must come first, so it has to always be before the other parameters. And the self right here refers to the instance itself. So the self right here refers to my movie. So for example, when I add a second movie, and now when I right click and I run, now when I send in this information to the init, the self right here refers to my movie number 2. So my movie number 2 has a title of Pulp Fiction, but my movie number 1, you notice right here self.title, my movie number 1, or just my movie, has a title of Inception. So the self refers to the instance itself. So to demonstrate this further, I'm going to actually print out the title of something. Okay, so as you can see right here, what I did is I actually accessed this title and this title of movie number 2 and the director of movie number 2. And I printed them out. So if we right click and run, you can see that for my movie, which is movie number 1, I have Inception as the title. My movie 2 as the title, I have Pulp Fiction, etc, etc. So whenever we are calling the init, whenever we're creating an instance, we are calling the init and we're sending in the parameter. And on this line, and of course the same happens right here, we're sending in the self, which is my movie. We're sending in the title, which is Inception. We're sending in director, which is Christopher Nolan, etc. And then on this line, we take the value associated with the parameter title and we assign it to the variable title. So this, if we double click on it, you can see that it refers to this title right here, which is the parameter. But when we double click on this one, you'll notice that it refers to the variable title associated with the instance that is being created, which is referred to as the self. So again, this is a concept that is very unfamiliar to beginners with object-oriented programming. This is why I'm going over it again and again. This is the instance that we've created. When we call the movie, the init is automatically called and it takes in the title, director, release year. So these are the 3 parameters that we provided, but it also takes in the self, which is actually my movie. So now this my movie is the self right here, and the dot title refers to the title that was sent to it. And by the way, these variables right here, the title, director, and release year, remember, they are different than these because these are the parameters. These are the actual variables associated with the instance. These are called attributes. These attributes can be accessed using the dot notations as we've done right here. Okay, so now we've added 2 more methods to our movies, or to our movie class. We've displayed the information, which takes in the or accesses the title of the self, and notice, and something that you've probably noticed as you're writing this code, when you type in display or def display and then hit tab to autocomplete or whatever you do, just hit space when you open up the parentheses and hit tab or whatever, you'll notice that the self is added automatically. Why? Because when we call this method mymovie.displayInfo, the display info also sends in the self that refers to my movie. This is how we know that we're displaying the information of my movie that has Inception attribute associated with it. So now when I right click and I run, you'll notice that again right here we get the following output, which is Inception, directed by Christopher Nolan and released in 2010. So as you can see, this is what it does right here. It also accesses the director and the release year, obviously. Now we have another method right here that is the isClassic, and it does the same thing. It takes in the self parameter, and basically what it does is it takes 2024, which is the year when I'm recording this video, minus the self.release year, so at what year it was released, and if it's over 30, then it returns true. So basically this either returns true or false, where it checks if it's a classic movie or not. And so right here you can see that movie 2 .isClassic returns false. Why? Because movie 2 was released in 1994, and you can see that it's just not more than 30. It's equal to 30, but it's not greater than 30, and that was the problem. Now, if I change this to maybe 1993, which is of course false, but I just want to test it out, you can see that I indeed get true. I'll change it back because I don't want to mess with Quentin Tarantino. Anyway, let's try to display movie number 2. So I duplicate this using Ctrl D, and instead of movie 1, I'm going to choose movie 2, and when I right click and I run, you can see that I get Pulp Fiction, directed by Quentin Tarantino and released in 1994. So even though we're calling the same method that is display info. Notice it also tells us where we've used it. If you're using a different IDE, this might not be present. If you're using PyCharm, this should be there. And basically what happens is that because we're sending in the self parameter, which refers to the instance, which in this case is movie 1, in this case it's my movie 2, once the self is sent in, then it knows that when I access the title, so right here, let's stay on line 24, when we say my movie.displayInfo, the self is my movie, and the self has the self, which is my movie, has a title of Inception. Right here on line 25, the self is my movie 2, and my movie 2 has the title of Pulp Fiction. So this is how object-oriented programming works. All right, congratulations, my fellow Python programmers. You finally understood object-oriented programming. This is the bedrock of working with Python and with almost any other language, because Java, JavaScript, everything that you see in programming is object-oriented programming. Every single modern C++, etc. is object-oriented programming. This is very important. This is why it took me so long to explain and re-explain, because beginner students always have a problem with understanding object-oriented programming. But now you know how it works. Now we're going to look deeper into working with classes and working with attributes. So let's go ahead and continue on. Alright, so what I did right here is I simply copied the class from the previous file. I don't want to write it again from scratch. And to make this class more interesting, we're going to add a new attribute that is going to be the views count. And notice that this time when Python calls the init method to create a new instance, it stores the title, director, and the release year values as attributes like it did in the previous example, but this time we don't provide it with the view count. Instead, what Python does is it creates a new attribute that is called the view count, and it sets its initial value to 0. So we don't provide the view count whenever we're creating a movie, but whenever a movie is created, a new attribute that is the view count is created. So let's create a method that allows us to display the views and create an instance. Okay, so we've made a new instance of a class movie. Oh, before that, we also created the check views, and basically, again, this method takes in the self and then accesses the title and then accesses the view count. We've created an instance of the class movie. This time we're looking at Shawshank Redemption, another amazing movie. In 1994 was a great year for movies. Then we displayed the info and then we checked the views. So now when I right click and I run, you can see that the Shawshank Redemption was directed by Frank Darabont and released in 1994. And it has 0 views. Now let's look at how we can modify this value. So, as you can see right here, we also use the dot notation to access the view count of our movie 1. And this time, instead of simply displaying it like we've done right here, where we displayed the director, we actually modified the view count. So when I right click and I run, as you can see right here, after a few people watched this movie, now when we check the views, we get 20. But we can also modify the value of an attribute through a method. Okay, so I created a new method right here instead of the movie class, and this time this method doesn't only take the self, it also has the parameter views. And basically what it does is it accesses the view count of the instance sent in, which is the self, and it sets it to the views that was sent to it. Then after even more people watched the movie, I said movie1.update the views and set it to 30, and then I want to check the views. So when I right click and I run, we get after even more people watch the movie, the Shawshank Redemption has 30 views. But this function or method doesn't only have to set the views, we can give it additional work. Alright, so basically what I did in here is I added some functionality or some additional work to the update views method. Now when the views are sent in, first we check if the views that we receive to update are greater than the current views. If they are, then we set the views. If they're not, then we say that the views don't just disappear, because of course once you watch a movie you cannot unwatch it, so the number of views can only go up, they can never go down. So we check if the views that we're trying to update are greater than the current views, and then we tested it out. So we try to update the views and make it 10 instead of what they already were, which is 30 at this point. And now when we right click and we run, as you can see, views don't disappear even after more people, which is kind of a lie. So this Shawshank Redemption stays at 30 views. And as you can see, this is the essence and the power of working with object-oriented programming. We were able to make sure that the views don't get updated unless they are greater than the previous view count, without having to change everything. This automatically is applied to all the other objects. If I have movie 304 and I try to remove the views or set a lower view count, this will work on it as well. So we were able to fix this across all the instances possible for the movie with a single update on a single method. And this is where the power of object-oriented programming comes in. Now let's make a method that increments the views by a certain amount. Okay, so as you can see right here, this increment views also takes in the views add, and it simply adds these views to it. Now, of course, in here we need to make sure that the views to add are positive and they're not negative, etc. But this is not the goal. The goal in here is just to show you how we can actually increment an attribute, not just set it. So again, right here, what I did is, and I forgot to make it increment the views. So right here, after even more people watch the movie, movie.1.increment, and we increment it by 200. So what do you think the answer is going to be? 200 plus 30 is 230. And we could have also done this. So I'm going to duplicate this, comment this one out, and instead what I could have done is I could have accessed the view counts and said plus equal 200, and the output or the result would have been the same. And if you're not sure, let's just make it 300 so you're convinced that this also works. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, once I was watching a video of mine and I was skipping through the chapters, and every single time I say, okay, my fellow Python programmers or whatever, I think this is a staple going forward. Anyway, okay, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, you've understood how attributes work, you've seen how we can update them, how we can set them, how we can display them, how we can add different methods that have different functionalities, and you're starting to see the power of working with object-oriented programming. But trust me, you haven't seen anything yet. So far, everything or all the classes that we've created were created from scratch. But now we're going to look at how we can make a class not from scratch, but that has already inherited, because we're going to be looking at inheritance, that has already inherited some functionalities and attributes from a previously created class. So let's go ahead and dive in. Okay, so we start with the movie class just like it was before. Then we've created the documentary class that inherits from movie. And how did we know that it inherits from the movie? First of all, the name of the parent class must be included in parentheses in the definition of a child class. Yes, the child class is the class that inherits, and the parent class is the class that gives the inheritance. Next, we have the init method that takes in the information required to make the movie instance. Notice right here. So this is the init of the documentary, and it still takes in the same parameters as the movie. Also notice that we have this real weird circle right here. Two weird circles actually. But then inside of this init, we also have this super right here. And this function is a special function that allows you to call the method from the parent class. So this line tells Python to call the init method from the movie, which gives a documentary instance all of its attributes. Again, what happens in here? The init from when we create an instance of the documentary, this init is called, and then the super calls the init of, you can see even when I double click on it, it calls the init of the movie and sets the attribute. So now the documentary has a title, director, release year, and it will also have its own view count. So when I right click and I run, oh, and by the way, in here we also have the method. We can call the method of the parent class on the my documentary. So when I right click and I run, you'll see that I have the social dilemma directed by Jeff Orlowski and released in 2020. So we can even use the methods that we've inherited. Let's try it out on a different method. So as you can see right here, we've already seen it on the display info, but then what I did is I checked the views, I incremented the views, and then I checked the views again, and notice that my documentary class doesn't have these methods on it. It simply uses the method that are from the parent class. So when I right click and I run, boom, there we go. We can see that the views were 0. Now there's 369. Nice. I swear to you, if you look at your keyboard, you can see that you have 3, 6, and 9 right above each other on the keyboard, and I just typed in 3 randomly. And I got this number. Anyway, something that's very important is that we have this blue circle right here. If you hover over it, it says that this is overridden in documentary. And this is something that we will look at later on when we override a method. Or actually right now we're going to look at it. But we also have this other circle when we hover over it is subclassed by documentary. And sometimes these are called a subclass and a superclass. Sometimes they're called child and parent. Sometimes they are just referred to as inheritance. So keep in mind, you're going to see a lot of those, but the idea is the same. This is the parent class, the movie, and this is the child class. And basically the child class inherits all the attributes and all the methods, but it can also make modifications. So let's see how we can begin to define attributes and methods that are specific to documentary. Okay, so let's now look at what we've done. First of all, we've added an extra parameter right here to the init. And by the way, two things that I forgot to mention, and I apologize for this. First of all, this init is called a constructor. Sometimes you will see this, it's called a constructor. Now, I've started to notice that throughout the years, people are using the word constructor less and less, but if you ever come across it or you're searching for something, the init is the constructor of any class. We've added an extra parameter, and then we've set this subject. So every documentary has to have some kind of subject, right? Different than a movie. Sometimes a movie could have no subject at all, but a documentary has to have one. I'm not sure about that. I'm not a filmmaker. I'm just saying. Then also something very important, and this is something that you've probably already seen, is that between a class and another class, and between the class and the main code body, there should be two blank lines, just like we've seen with functions. This is probably something that you've already seen. Also, I forgot to mention, documentary starts with a capital D because this is the naming convention when we are working with classes. Next, we defined another method right here, that is the display subject. So we return the self.title is a documentary about the self.subject, and we call this method right here. So this is unique to the documentary instances. So if we have a movie right here, like for example, I'm just going to copy the movie from here. And if we have the movie, notice that if I try to, and add an extra space, if I try to say movie1.display, I don't get the display subject. If I try to force it right here, you can see that we get a highlight because this is an unresolved attribute. We don't have an attribute display subject. So now every single method that is part of the documentary cannot be associated with the movie instances. So a movie cannot display the subject, but a documentary can, for example, update its views. So this is the privilege of having a child class. So now when I right click and I run, you can see that we have, alright, so we can see that we have the social dilemma, 0 views, yada yada. The social dilemma is a documentary about social media. Now let's look at overriding methods from parents, even though we've seen it with the constructor that is the init, but we're going to take a deeper dive. Okay, so as you can see right here, we've created a method that has the exact same name that is in the parent class, and already we have this little circle right here with an up arrow. Before, it was a white down arrow. Now we have one in here as well. So if we hover over, you can see that is overridden in the documentary. If we hover over this one, you can see overrides method in the movie. So you can override any method from the parent class that does not fit what you're trying to model with a child class. Like for example, right here, when we're displaying the information about the documentary, we would like to also display the subject. And to do this, you define a method in the child class with the same name as the method you want to override in the parent class, and Python will disregard the parent class method and only pay attention to the method you've defined in the child class. So now when I display the, when I display the information, notice when I double click on my documentary, when it's used on my documentary, it will use the display info of the class documentary and not the display info. Where is it? Right here, you can see that it's not highlighted, not the display info of the movie. So when I right click and I run, you can see that right here in the display info, which was the first one, we added the subject, while on the movie it wasn't there before. If you remember, we did not have the subject displayed when we did not have the display info, and you can even test it out. So if I control// to comment these out, right click and run, that now you can see, first of all, when I double click on display info, this display info is highlighted in the movie class, and when I right clicked and run, I didn't have a subject, but now, again, control// again to uncomment them, right click and run, and you can see that now subject is added. And finally, let's go ahead and look at composition. Okay, so welcome to composition. It's, if you want to call it, the brother or the sister or whatever, the sibling of inheritance. Basically, composition in object-oriented programming is a design principle where objects are composed. This is where composition comes from, composed using references to other objects, like in here, where we have an object that we've created of type director, and it's part of another object that is the movie. Right here, when we were working with inheritance, this was called a is-a relationship. So the documentary is a movie, but the composition is a has-a relationship, where the movie has a director. So that's the difference. Inheritance is a, documentary is a movie, composition has a, the movie has a director. So the director is a class that we've created. Each director has a name and nationality. We display the information of that director, and the director right here, as you can see, is now an instance, and I actually added a comment, is now an instance of the class director. So whenever we create a movie or instance of a movie, we do that. So now when we right click and run, you can see that social dilemma, and we have a big problem in here. So if we come back, we can see that what we did is we said directed by the self-director, and this is something that I didn't notice. So now, notice at this output, so it social dilemma directed by, and we get this weird object. It's because we are referencing an object, and this is something that I forgot to do because I just copied it. This is the problem with copying. This is why I don't like it when we copy code, but we make an exception because we are lazy sometimes. So right here, I'll hit enter. This is exactly the same. So release, this is the release here, and then we have the director's info. And something maybe that I didn't mention, and a lot of you were confused, this info equals super.display. This is because I thought, well, we've already covered super with the init, but maybe you were like, oh, what's this super doing in here? Well, the super.display info means that we're calling the display info, and whenever in doubt, just double click and look what it references. So the super.display info means that we're calling the parents display info method, which is this display info. So first of all, we get all of the information from the movie, and then we simply add the subject to it after we print out the movie. I hope that was clear. Sometimes I just move on with things. I just wanted to come back and re-explain it because we basically do the same in here, but it's a bit different where we don't use the super, but instead what we do is we access the director and then we access the display movie of that director. So again, double click, what's highlighted in here, this is highlighted, but also this one is highlighted. So even though this one is also highlighted, it says that it's dynamic. So there we go. Oh, that was a big one. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on learning object-oriented programming. I mean, now you have a skill set that is indispensable when it comes to working with Python or any other language. This is something that I always tell students. If you can master object-oriented programming, you can learn any other object-oriented language in a matter of weeks. It's just about learning the syntax. Java, C++, C#, all the doors are open to you now because you know object-oriented programming. But we're not done yet because you need to test out your knowledge in the things that we've learned. So it's time for a mini project and a challenge. Let's go ahead and look at what that is. Okay, so library but with OOP this time. Sounds familiar, right? This is because I'm reusing a challenge from the previous video, but this time we are working with object-oriented programming. So congrats, you have been hired to create an application that handles various libraries and book needs. Deja vu. First of all, you'll need to define a class book. The constructor takes in a title, author, SIB or ISBN, I believe this should be ISBN, whatever it is, it's just the standard number for every single book, and the copies or the number of copies that this book has sold. It also has two methods, one that displays all the attributes and one that updates the copies. Next, you'll need to make 3 books. The information of these books will be in the description, or you can add your own that displays a book, and also you need to display the book 3 info after you've made these 3 books. Next, you'll need to make modifications to book number 3 in 2 different ways and display the information after each time. Define the member class that takes in the name and the ID of a said member that would like to maybe get a book, and has an extra attribute that is a list of books. So it doesn't take in the this list, it just has that extra attribute. It has 2 methods, one that appends the list of books and the other one that returns a certain book. So this time an attribute can also be a list. Next, you'll need to make 2 members and let each borrow and return some books. So far you only have 3 books, so you'll have to try to have one member borrow 2 books and then return 1 and then display the information and so on and so forth. Next, you'll need to define a class special edition book that inherits from the book class. It calls the super in it and adds bonus content, which is the attribute. So the bonus content is the attribute, and a method that overrides display info, does the same thing but adds the special content. So the display info will be overridden just like we've done, so this should be pretty easy. And finally, add a special book and display that special book info. And if you want, you can also try to borrow that special book, see what happens, any changes. Pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, so as you can see, we've created the class book, takes in the title, author, ISBN, not SIBN. Sorry for that. Again, not professional at books. I'm just good at Python coding. ISBN and the copies, and then we set all 4 attributes. Next, we display all of the information. I chose to do it like this with a \n that creates a new line and \t that adds a tab. And finally, we update the copies by sending in the change and then incrementing the copies by that change. Okay, and now we made these 3 books. I'm going to link them at the bottom. Of course, the ISBN numbers are just different numbers. We have the name, the director, the author, the ISBN, and the number of copies that we have at this library. Did I say the numbers of copies sold maybe previously? What I meant is in the library, we have the following copies. We only have these copies. So 1984, amazing book. How to Kill a Mockingbird, never read it. The Great Gatsby, never read it. But I heard that these are good books. Okay, so this is the members class. Again, the constructor right here with the init, the name, and the member ID. We set the attributes and then we initialize this list of borrowed books. Now, some of you might have been confused, and what I recommend that you do is if you didn't know how to create the member and you were stuck in the challenge, once you've seen the member, pause the video and try to do this again. After we've created this borrowed books, and by the way, this should be books borrowed, not book borrowed, because it's a list. So what I can do is double click, hold Ctrl R. You can see that now I can change it, and I'm going to copy and paste it and set it to books. So with an S, and I say replace all, and now as you can see. So again, let's do this again, because some of you are like, oh, what the heck just happened? Double click, Ctrl R. Now, right here, I can change this to Michael if I want. Replace all. There we go. Now all of them are Michael. Ctrl R and saves you a hell of a lot of time. So again, replace all. Oh, I have to copy this, set it right here, and then replace all. And now we have books borrowed. Okay, so continue on. First of all, we check if we have enough copies. So remember, every single book has a number of copies, and if we have more than 0, then you can of course borrow a book. And the way you do this is by appending and also by updating the copies. And some of you in here might have thought, well, what I did is I simply set it to the change or set it to a certain number. And this is where you have to maybe come back and change this. Even though I didn't tell you, you don't have to do this. It wasn't specified in the challenge, but this is how I decided to do it. So basically we append to the borrowed books and then we update the copies. And finally, if there are no copies, we don't have the book title. We tell them, and then finally we can also return the book but first we need to check if that person actually has borrowed a certain book. I mean, if he did, we remove the title and then we update the book. And by the way, this is also a composition if you haven't noticed, because this is a list of books and we have books right here. So this is also composition. Keep that in mind. So even though it's the member has a list of books, and these books are defined right here. Oh, and my apologies, I forgot to display book number 3. So I'm going to say book number 3. Oh, actually, I'm gonna print out book number 3 dot display info, and I apologize for that. I skipped a part of the challenge. As you can see, these are all displayed very properly. Then I'm going to make some modifications. And right here, as you can see, I've added 6 copies. When I right click and I run, I have now 10 copies instead of 4. And of course, we said that there should be 2 different ways. So I'm going to duplicate this, comment it out, and then instead I'm going to say book 3 dot copies, and then I'm going to say plus equal 9. And then right click and run, and as you can see, 4 plus 9 is 13. So apologies for that, and I'm also going to comment these out because I don't want a lot of things to clutter. So let's continue on with the challenge right here. Okay, so what I did in here is I displayed book number 1 and book number 2, and then I borrowed book number 1 by member number 1 and book number 2 by member number 2, and then I displayed the info afterwards. So what should happen is we should see a number of copies before the borrowing, and we should see a number of copies after the borrowing, or one less after the borrowing. So when I right click and I run, I get an error. Excellent, because book has no attribute title. So where is that? I simply click right here and I go to where I said title, and I meant to say title. So when I right click and I run, there we go. So after borrowing, before borrowing, we had 5 copies of George's Orwell and 3 copies of To Kill a Mockingbird. And after borrowing, we have 4 copies instead of 5, and we have 2 instead of 3. So this works. Let's see if the return works. Okay, so as you can see right here, what we did is we first of all returned book number 1 from member number 1, returned book number 2 from member number 1. Keep in mind, they did not borrow that book, I think, but let's see. Our program should tell us that. And finally, the member number 2 returned book number 2, and then we printed out all of the information. So when I right click and I run, as you can see right here, sorry, Alice, you haven't actually borrowed 1984. Why? Because right here. But it also tells us that Alice did not borrow How to Kill a Mockingbird, which is not correct. So there is something wrong in here. Okay, I just noticed my mistake. So right here again, we're back with the title. Basically remove book. Just like that, we simply remove that actual book. And now if I right click and I run, there we go, we still have a mistake right here. Okay, first of all, I noticed that this should be return book. And there we go, it does not work. But at least now it does not work properly. So let's see where we made a mistake. Fellow Python programmers, I'm so sorry for this, but this is why I like to keep the mistakes that I made. So, when I borrow a book, I append it, not with the book, I appended it with the title. And this is a great way for us to look at the mistakes that even your instructor can sometimes have. I like to keep those, even though maybe it makes me look bad, but I just want you to know that everyone makes mistakes. So basically what was happening is we were appending it not with the actual book object, we were appending it with the book title, and that is why we were not able to find it for Alice or Bob. A lot of mistakes were made. I'm very tired. This is a very long video. And now when I right click and I run, hopefully, as you can see, yes, finally it works, because we were able to return To Kill a Mockingbird, because now we had 2 copies, now we have 3, and we were able to return 1984 because there was 4 and now there's 5. And finally, Alice did not borrow How to Kill a Mockingbird, she only borrowed book number 1, which is 1984, so everything works well. Okay, so as you can see right here, what's the problem? Okay, it's special book. So I have a special book in here that I created that is The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien, has an ISBN, has 5, and takes in exclusive illustrations because I created a special edition book right here. And again, does exactly the same thing, takes in the same parameters as does the book class right here, except for it adds the bonus content. It calls the super constructor, which is the init in the parent class. Again, it inherits from book because it has these parentheses right here, and it also sets the bonus content. Finally, it displays all the information by first calling the super display info and then adding the special content. So now when I right click and I run, I get an error again because I simply said to special books what I meant to say is display info. Right click and run. I need to finish this video right now because I am so tired. Ladies and gentlemen, did you like that transition? Congratulations, my fellow Python programmers. My battery is running very low. All that I have to say, please like the video if you enjoyed the content. In the next one, we're going to be looking at exceptions and file reading and writing. So you have to click on this video right here. My camera's about to die. It's like blinking. It's like, please end this video now. So click on this next video, like it, whatever you want to do. See you next time. Thank you so much. So if at any point you feel that you're enjoying the contents of this video, please make sure to slap that like button and let's go ahead and get started. Alright, so this was a very quick one because all that I did was create this Python file, which is reading files. Because the first step that you need to do is that you need to download this poem.txt that I've provided you in the description or in the top comment. Once you have that, you need to select it and drag it over into the code right here, and it will tell you you're trying to move this. Now obviously I'm just trying to copy it. I'm just going to refactor. In your case, you can just do that. And now we have the poem.txt. Now the problem is now it disappeared from here. I mean, I could copy it and paste it back in here so that I have the two versions. You don't have to do that because you won't be using it anywhere else, but you will in just a bit and you'll see what I mean. But for now we have this poem.txt and now I'm going to write the code. Okay, so let's go ahead and break down this code. First of all, on the first line right here, we are assigning the string poem.txt to the variable file path. Keep in mind, this is possible only because they are in the same directory. And when I say directory, I mean the same file. So right here, this is where I created the project named code, and if you're not sure where it is, you can always right click, go to open with and click on explore, and it will take you to where that code project or code file exists. Double click inside of the code and you can see that readfiles.py and poem are in the same file, which means that they are in the same directory. So when these two files or the file that you're trying to open is in the same directory as the .python file or the .py file, you can do the following. You can simply refer to it as the poem.txt. Next, we have this line right here. So this line uses the open function to open the file specified by the file path using the read mode, which is right here, the R. The with statement right here ensures that the file is properly closed after it has been used. And then the opened file will be referred to as the file right here within its block of code. Now, you might be thinking, why do we need to make sure that we close the file after we finished reading from it? Because if you don't close the file, there could be data leakage. Now, you can read more about data leakage later on, but basically your file might be corrupted. Some things might get destroyed inside of the file. So we need to make sure that we close the file once we finish extracting information from it. Now, let's look at what we did inside of the block. Inside of the block, we use the read method right here that is called on the file object. Remember, this file refers to the poem.txt. And this method reads the entire content of the file into a single string that we've called the contents. And finally, after we exit out of this with, which means we've closed the file, we are printing out all the contents. And by the way, I kept this right here so that you can see that the poem.txt and the reading files are both in the code. Now I'm gonna close it like this, and I'm going to right click and I will run, and I will drag this right here to the top right corner, and as you can see, this is what we get, and this is the Python poem. I used ChatGPT to generate it. Of course, I did not come up with this alone. So basically, in the glow of a screen late into the night, a student sits, eyes gleaming bright. You can continue reading through this. It's beautiful, really. It even uses 2M Python dev, which I am so proud of, and uses the mentor and stuff. Amazing things. But let's continue on, because what if the file that we're trying to read is not in the same directory and it's somewhere else? How would we handle this? Well, I have another poem.txt right here, but not inside of the directory, inside of the resource files. So what we need to do, or what you need to do as well, is you need to copy this poem.txt and put it anywhere on your PC or your Mac. And then you need to right click, go to properties, and you need to copy this directory right here. So this is called the absolute path of a file. The one that we were working with right here is called the relative path. So I will duplicate this line using Ctrl D, and then I'm going to say Ctrl V right here to pass it in, and then add a backslash, because whenever we are going deeper into a directory, we add this backslash. So first of all, we start off at D. This is the section of my hard drive. Then we go into the Python for YouTube. Then we go into 24, files and exceptions, resource files, poems.txt. But there is a bit of a problem in here. The problem is that you can see we're using a backslash. And if you've watched the previous video where we talked about escape characters, we know that the backslash creates special characters. So what should we do about this? Well, we can use a simple R at the start of the string, and you can see that the 24 is no longer special. So the R before the string starts tells Python to treat the string as a raw string, which means that the backslashes are treated as literal characters and not as some kind of special or escape characters. But it's very important to keep in mind that if you're using absolute paths, this can make your code less portable, meaning that if you send this code to somebody else and you're using an absolute path, that other person or whoever is using your code might not have this poem.txt in the same path. So using a relative path but making sure that you share your code with the file is a better way of sending such things. But anyway, let's go ahead and test this out. If I right click and I run, you can see that I get this same output and everything goes well. But you need to keep in mind that now what we're doing is we're getting all of this information in bulk. This is not a big problem because we have only like 30 or 40 lines of poem right here, so it's not a big problem. We just read the entire file and we dump it into contents and we print it out. But what if we had gigabytes of information and we simply needed a few lines? In that case, reading the bulk information would simply stress our computer out. Now, I'm going to do a Ctrl// just to comment this out because we don't need it anymore. We'll simply use the relative path right here. Next thing we need to think of is how we can just read line by line instead of reading this in bulk. Okay, so as you can see, we've created a loop right here that iterates over each line in a file. So you might be confused, what the heck is happening? If I right click and I run, you can see that I sort of get the same output except for that extra space, and I'll tell you how we can get rid of that. But for now, let's talk about what happens when you actually iterate over an object that is of type file. So when you iterate over such an object in Python, what happens is it reads each line from the file one after the other. But notice how there's an extra new space after each line. That is because a new line in a file includes the \n. So to avoid this, what you can do is you can use the dot strip right here. And basically what this does is it removes any extra white space. And when we right click and run, you can see that this looks good. And as I told you, this basically gives us the same result, but with extra lines of code. But keep in mind, when you're working with gigabytes, the .read would take you a lot longer than this right here, especially if you're just trying to read the first 50 to 30 lines from a file. And there's also another method that allows us to read lines, which is ironically called read lines. And as you can see right here, the output is the same. So basically the read lines read all the lines in a file and returns them as a list where each element of the list is a single line from the file. Now, keep in mind that this is more taxing on the memory, since what we're doing is, again, we're dumping all of the information into a list, but this can be very useful in situations where you want to, I don't know, maybe access the single lines using an index, or maybe you want these lines accessed later on. So for example, right here, I can, for example, say that lines at position number 6, and I want that printed out. So print lines at position number 6, right click and run. And at the end, let me just comment this out for a second. Right click and run, and as you can see, a channel where code and creativity weave and ebb. Wow, that's amazing. So now that we were able to read the lines, let's go ahead and explore the data that we have from these lines. First of all, let's actually count how many lines there are. So remember, I told you that when we use read lines, we're reading every single line from the file. So what we can do, and once we read these lines, we are actually putting them as items in a list. So now what we can do is we can actually check the length of these lines. And when we right click and run, we can see that we get 39 lines. Now let's go ahead and try and count how many letters we have. So to do that, instead of printing out the length, I'm going to count this out. And in here, I'm going to create a variable that is the letters underscore count, and it's going to be equal to, well, 0. And then I will uncomment this, and every single time that we read through a line, I'm going to say that the letters count plus equals, meaning that I'm going to be incrementing it by the length of each line, because remember, each line is made up of what? It's made up of the letters, and it's a string, so we can count how many characters there are and print it out. So when I right click and I run, you can see that I don't have anything because I forgot to print out the actual letter count, and you can see that we have 1430 characters or letters with the white spaces included inside of our file. And finally, just for the fun of it, let's go ahead and print out all the lines that have student or the word student in them. So I'm going to say if the string student is in the line, then I'm going to print out, or actually, you know what? I already have it right here. I'm going to print out the line, and I'm going to add an indentation because now we're working often with an if statement inside of a for loop inside of a with. So right click and run, and you can see that these are the sentences or the lines in our poem that contain the word student. So a student sits, eyes gleaming bright, through videos the student travels far, of a student and a channel, an educational collage. I don't even know what that is. Anyway, you can also try and test out 2M. For example, let's see how many lines I have 2M. Boom, there we go. Welcome, says the voice from the 2M Python dev, which is Michael. Should have added Michael. Okay, fellow Python programmers, congratulations on understanding and finally figuring out how you can read from a file. This is an indispensable skill, and you'll be definitely using it throughout your Python programming journey. But we don't stop here, because now we want to understand how we can write to a file. So let's go ahead and look at that. Okay, so on this line, as we've done before, we simply create the file path, but this time this is going to be the output.txt, and I don't have an output.txt in here, nor do you. So what gives right here? Basically what we've done is we've created, or we're going to create, a new file that is called, or will be called, the output.txt. And how will this be created? It will be created when we go to this line. Now, this is the exact same line that we had right here, except for a small minute detail, which is the W. So the R right here means that we were in the reading mode. The W right here means that we are going to be in the in the writing mode. So inside the block, the write method of the file object is used to write a string to a file. And now when we right click and we run, we don't get anything, but if we look at the projects, we can see that we have a new Python file, or a new txt file. When we double click to open it up, you can see that this is a single line of text. How cool is that? But what if you wanted to write multiple lines? Okay, so as you can see right here, I have the list that is lines, and you can see that each line ends with a \n. Do you remember what this \n does? Basically, it takes us to a new line. So now when I right click and I run, again, nothing is printed out, but if we look at the output.txt, you can see that we get the following. Now notice that this first line is added right next to this is a single line of text. Why? Because right here we did not use the \n, so when I do use the \n and I right click and I run, you can see that now, there we go, you can see that the first line is on a different line than you have the second line and the third line. And also, of course, keep in mind that we're always overriding our file, we're not always adding to it. We'll see later on how we can actually add to such file. But for now, I want to show you a different way of doing this. Instead of using a for loop, let me comment this out. I'm going to use a write lines. So this is similar to the read lines, except that this time, what does it do? I guess at this point you can start guessing. I mean, these things are easy. The write lines, write the lines, and the read lines, read the lines. I mean, yes, it does not take a genius to do that. But what if we wanted to actually add more lines to this file? How would this happen? And when I say write more to this file, I don't mean to do it on this one, because if, for example, I duplicate this, hold Shift Alt and move it down, and I right click and I run, you can see that I actually do append this file, but it's not actually appending, because we're doing all of this and then we are outputting it to the file. We're overriding it later on. I mean, what if we open the file again in here and we try to write? Let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to copy this, paste it in here, and I'm going to say this line to add. If I right click and I run, you can see that now I have this line to add and I don't have any of the previous line that I've added. That is because when I open this file again, I wrote to it. And this is the problem that we face. How do we make sure that we don't override all of the information that is inside of the file already? Well, it's all about changing the mode, and there are a lot of modes. There's the read, there's the write, there's also the A, which stands for append. So now when I right click and I run, we can see that in the output file we have this is a single line, first line, second line, third line, this is a single line of text, and finally this line is to add. So any data written to the file is automatically added at the end when you're in the append mode without deleting or overriding any existing content. And later on we're going to see another way or another mode right here, but that's going to be for a challenge later on. Alright, fellow Python programmers, congratulations! Now you know how to read from a file, you know how to write to a file, and you even know how to append a file when it already has information. But now it's time to get serious, because so far we've only been using strings and we've been writing .txt files. Now it's time to look for something that is more practical, which is a .json file, and this is something that you'll be working with a lot in your professional career. And the JSON file is basically a way for us to write not lists or strings, but dictionaries and real pieces of information into a file, and also reading from a file that has real pieces of information. So let's go ahead and delve in. Okay, so as you can see right here, we've done this twice and I've made a mistake. Anyways, as you can see right here, we've imported the JSON file. We have a dictionary that is the user data, and it has keys, username, score, and achievements, and it has values for these keys, user 123, 450, and a list of the achievements that this particular user has achieved. Then we open up the file, as we've done before, in the writing mode, and this time instead of using the .txt, we've used the .json file, and instead of writing the entire Word file, we just used F for abbreviation. But then inside we have this dump. Now, before I tell you what this dump does, let me tell you what is a JSON file, and maybe it will look better once you actually see what it does, or how it looks. So as you can see, when we right click and we run, we have this user data.json. Double click on it and you can see that this is all of the information. Let me actually remove this. All of the information that we had is now stored in this .json file. So a JSON file is basically a text-based file used to store and exchange, and this is the keyword here, exchange data in a structured, readable format using key and value pairs and lists and arrays and etc. So why did I emphasize the word exchange? Because JSON files are actually used to exchange information between two people. If you want to send some information to a fellow colleague, or you receive information that you need to read through, then you receive it in the form of a JSON file that is something similar to this one. So basically, this is what we do in here. Now, let's talk about the dump, because it's kind of conspicuous. We don't know what it does. We know, because you probably figured it out, it writes the information similar to how the write works with a .txt file, but the JSON dump function is used to serialize, and this is very important. It serializes the data into a JSON formatted stream and then writes it to a file. This effectively converts the Python dictionaries into JSON strings and then writes all of it to the JSON file. Now, you might be thinking, why do I need to know that it serializes the data and it's not an actual dictionary that's being written? You don't need to do that, but it's good to know what is actually happening in here. Finally, if you look at the user data, doesn't look nice. Imagine if we had hundreds of keys and hundreds of values. What we can do in here instead is we can add a extra keyword parameter, and of course you know keyword parameters because you've learned it in the functions section. Now if I right click and I run and we look at the user data, you can see that it's formatted in a much nicer way, and I do recommend that you try and play around with this. So instead of 4, have a 3, right click and run, and look at that, nothing changes. I mean, let's try 1, and when I right click and I run, you can see that there we go, only 1 indentation. So 4 is the most beautiful one in my opinion. So let's go ahead and add some more information to this .json file. I'm going to get the user data. I'm going to add a new piece of information that is going to have the key as location, and it's going to be equal to New York. New York, that's how you write New York. And if you're not sure, you know what, let's keep it professional. If you're not sure how to work with dictionaries and keys and values, then of course you need to go back and watch the dictionaries video. I will leave it somewhere at the top. Now if I right click and I run, you can see that we've added a new location information. And finally, before moving on, let's go ahead and look at how we can read from a JSON file. So right here, I'm going to add the following code. Okay, so as you can see right here, I'm going to open this up. What we did is we opened up the file using the R mode, and instead of the .txt, we used the .json this time, and we put it in the variable f, and then we use the method load on the f, or on the JSON, the method. And basically what happened in here is we were able to extract the information from the JSON file. Alright, fellow Python programmers, now you are fully equipped to go into the professional world, and if somebody says JSON, you know that it's not just some guy's name, you know that it's a file that stores information and was shared with you to dissect it, extract the information, and then use that information. But something that's very important when you're working with a file, and something that I've already mentioned before, when you're working with file, if you don't close it properly, you can sometimes have data leakage. You can go and research about data leakage and how it can destroy and corrupt your file. And if somebody hands you a very important file, or you're working with a file that's very big, like thousands of gigabytes, you wouldn't actually download it to your computer, you would be using it from a server. And if you corrupt that file, then you will have a big problem, especially with your boss. So to avoid such problems, we use the with, and that sort of fixes the issue. But what happens if during your opening and closing and during your operations on that file, you get an error and the file does not close before the program stops? You will have corruptions, and this can happen very, very easily, even right here locally. So in order to make sure that any error that is caused by our operations does not break and corrupt our files, we need to learn the try, except, and error handling. So let's go ahead and dive in. Okay, so as you can see right here, we've written the try except block. So basically, let's break it down. First of all, the try block contains the code that might raise an exception. And when I say exception, I mean error. So this might raise an error. The try, I mean, or this code, I mean, and the try block will handle it, will try it. In this case, the code in question is going to be result equals 5 divided by 0, which will attempt to divide 5 by 0, which of course is mathematically undefined and will raise an error. And when I say raise an error, we also mean raise an exception that will be the 0 division error. So the except block is going to execute if that zero division error is raised, and will catch it and will print out or execute whatever is inside of the except block. So if I right click and I run, instead of getting an error because I'm trying to divide 5 by 0, I get you cannot divide by 0. And if you think that this is just some hocus pocus and you're like, Michael, come on, like even if you try to divide by 0, it's no problem. Even before I run, you can see that result is highlighted. If I hover over it, read declared result, okay, result 1, let's call it that, right click and run, and we get an error. And what is that error? It's the 0 division error and division by 0. Basically, don't be a dumbass, don't divide by 0. And this try except block is particularly useful when you're trying to get an input. If you remember, we've done this a lot before, where we're trying to get a number from the user and then convert it into an integer so that we can compare it with another number. The problem with this approach is that if the user enters 5, that's great, no problems, the 5 is converted into an integer. But if, for example, the user enters Michael, you can see that we get a value error, and it's invalid because you cannot convert Michael into an integer. Now, the way that we used to mitigate this is we would simply check, first of all, if it's a digit, and only then convert it into an integer. But now with our newfound powers, we can actually try this out. Okay, so as you can see right here, we've put this inside of the try except block. So now we try to get the input and convert it into an integer. And if there is a value error raised, then we will, or error exception raised to be more specific, then we will print out invalid input, please enter a number. So when I right click and I run, enter a number, let's say 5, Great, it works. Right click and run, enter a number, Michael, hit enter. Invalid input, please enter a number. And it's similar to an if statement to the point that you can even use an else block on this. So after we have the accept, so as you can see right here, I added an else block, and this else block only executes if there is no exception. So for example, enter a number, if I type in Michael, or the wrong Michael, you can see that it's invalid and we don't get this output. But if we do it correctly, so right here, if I type in 15, hit enter, you entered 15 and everything works fine. So let's go back and actually use this error handling in our code. Okay, so as you can see right here, I've called up, or I created a variable right here that takes in the existing file.txt, and as you can see, if I look in my directory, I don't have that file. So when I try to open it in the reading mode, it should cause an error, no file found. And if you want, let's go ahead and actually test it out. I think that would be better. So if I copy and paste this right here, right click and run, and you can see file not found error. And these are the types of errors that we would like to avoid when working with files. So what I did is I put it inside of the try except block, and now when I right click and I run, you can see that the file no existing file.txt does not exist. Okay, fellow Python programmers, oh my god, you have learned so much. You are now almost at the end of the entire learning of the basics in Python. The last thing that you need to do is you need to put everything that you've learned today together, from reading to writing files to trying to find errors when reading, and you can use this try except block on anything and everywhere. So let's go ahead and delve into the mini project and the challenge that you need to complete. Okay, so it's time for some user registration. Congrats, you have been hired to create an application that registers user to a platform and allows them to log in. Congrats! First of all, you'll need to create a function, register user, that takes in the username and password of a person. You should then open a new users.json file in the R+ mode, and you have to research that. Next, you'll need to load information from the file and check if the username provided is already in the file. If they are, return to exit out of the function. If not, create a new entry for the user with a password. Next, you need to make sure that you seek before dumping the information, and you can also research that. And if you want, you can try to use this without the seek and see what happens. It's going to be crazy. So make sure that you do the seek, make sure you research and understand what this seek actually does. Next, what if the file is not found? Make sure that this all happens inside of a try except block with the appropriate errors checked. Next, you'll need to create a function that will log in the user, that takes the username and password, opens up the file in reading mode, and checks if the username is there and password is correct. So first of all, you need to check if the username is in that file, and then check if the password that the user provided is associated and correct with that username. And finally, you'll need to create an infinite while loop that keeps asking the user if they want to either register or log in or exit out of the loop. And of course, whenever you ask them to register, you call the register user function. Whenever you want them to log in, you call the login user function. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Python programmers, this is not an easy challenge. Take your time, try to do your best. Don't use ChatGPT, use Google instead, because I don't want you to solve this. I want you to try your best to solve this. Make sure that you try your absolute best and, well, again, solve this problem. Pause the video right now and go do the challenge. Okay, so there you go. As you can see, I've imported JSON and I've defined a new function First, we take in the username, and then we take in the password. Nothing too crazy in here. Okay, so after we've gotten the username and the password, we open up the file in the R plus mode. So what does the R plus mode do in here? The R plus mode opens it for both reading and writing at the same time. Why do we need it in this mode? Because we're going to be first reading it using the load, so we're getting the information to check if the username is already in there. If it is, then I'm going to tell it, please choose a different username. And if we do that, then we are going to return, meaning that we will exit out of the function. And if we don't exit out of the function at any point, then we're going to add that username. And the way we do this, we've already seen it, users username equals password. Okay, so as you can see right here, I told you, or I did exactly what I told you. Before I dumped all of the information into the file, I first made sure that I seeked or sooked, whatever, I seeked back to 0. And what does this exactly mean? And of course, I finally printed out and registered the user. So basically what we've done right here is we opened up the file in the R plus mode, which stands for reading and writing at the same time. And when we loaded the file, what happened is that our cursor, or let me open up the user data. So right here, when we read through this file, if we read the first line, the cursor is at an end. Just use the arrows and look at how they move. So this keeps moving, reading through every single line, and then it gets to the end and it finishes. And we've read through the entire file. So if we try to add information now, what will happen is a new dictionary will be created in here and information will start to get added, and that is not good. So what the seek 0 does, it basically resets the pointer to the start of the file. So when we add a new user with a password, it will start right here from the top once they are added. So basically it will, instead of adding more to the file, it will simply overwrite all of the information, because remember, right here we are reading the users, we are updating the users, and then we're putting that information back into the JSON file. If we don't use the seek, and I'll show you what will happen when we don't use the seek, extra or the dictionaries will be added on top of each other, and basically we will corrupt this file. Okay, so what I've done in here, and something that you didn't need to do, but if you did, then congratulations. My initial intention was for you to just have the file already created, and I will provide it to you in the description so that you can actually open up a users.json file. But if you want to do it this way, where whenever you try to open that file and you don't find it, a new file that is called user.json is created, where you can read from, or actually write to. A new file is created and you write to it whatever the username and the password were. And of course we added it into the try except block, and as you can see, the try except block can be super helpful when working with files. Okay, so now it's time for the login function. As you can see, we've done something similar where we take in the username, we take in the password, then of course we add it into the try except block, because we don't want to read from a file that does not, or is not found, or does not exist. And then with the open, we open it up in the reading mode. Again, remember what does the with does? It makes sure that we close the file to avoid any data leakage. Once we open up the file, we get all of the information into the users, and the two things that we need to check for are that the username that we entered is actually in the users, which, remember, when we're doing this on a dictionary, we go through all of the keys, and the usernames are the keys, and that the username at the username key has the same password as the one that we've provided or the user has provided, and we print out login successful, otherwise invalid username or password. And finally, we have the accept block, which checks for the file not found exception. If it does find it, we say that no registered users found, please register first, meaning that there's no file. Woo, finally we are done. So what I did in here is I created a new method. You don't have to do this, but from now on you do. So we created a new main method, and while true, we check for or get an input from the user. If the choice was register, then we call the register function. If the choice was login, we call the login. And if the choice was exit, we break out of the while loop, which effectively breaks out of the main function, and we stop the program. And of course, otherwise, if they don't use any of these three, we print out invalid choice, use one of those. And finally, we call the method to make everything work together. So when I right click and I run, boom, as you can see, it asks us, do you want to log in, register, or exit? And of course, since we're just starting out, I'm going to log in. Or actually, let's try to register and see what happens. Register, hit enter. As you can see, enter your name, Michael, username, password 123, hit enter. User registered successfully. Excellent. Let's try to log in. Since we're logging in and there's already a file, please enter your username, Kalen, hit enter your password 45, hit enter. Invalid username. Do you want to log in, register, or exit? Let's check what we have so far. So when I open up the user, we need to finish it off. So exit, hit enter, boom. And now we have the user.json. So open up the user. This should be users, by the way. So as you can see, voila, we have Michael 123. Amazing. Let's go ahead and right click and run. Let's try to log in. And if I log in with Michael and use the 123, oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, how cool is that? That is really amazing. Let's try to register someone. Let's register Kalen 945. So user registered successfully. Let's exit out and let's look at the users again. And voila, we have Kalen. Now, something that I would like to add in here, maybe whenever I am writing, so right here, file indent 4. Otherwise, I also want to add an indentation right here. So indent equals 4. So that later on, when I add somebody else with the register, let's try to add Michael again. Let's register Michael again, 78, hit enter. Username already exists. Please choose a different username. Let's add, I don't know, what name? Tim with a capital T, and invalid choice. Okay, I apologize. Register first. Let's add Tim. And 89, hit enter, registered successfully. Let's exit out and let's check the users. All right, there we go. Now they are indented and they look very good. Let's now try to break this by removing the seek. And by the way, if you're doing this on an already existing file like the users, I recommend that you copy and paste it, but because you will have to wipe it out and start from scratch, this will break your entire code. Your entire data information. So right click, run. Let's try to log in. Everything should be fine. Let's try to log in as Tim. Let's use a wrong password like 32. Invalid username or password. everything works fine. Let's try to register. And now I want to register as a llama. And I'm at the end of my creative thinking, so I used llama 203, hit enter. Nice. Okay, looks good. I mean, registered successfully without the seek. Let's exit out. See, on the surface, everything looks to be good. But if we look at users, oh my god, look at what happened in here. Because we did not seek to the start, a completely new dictionary was added at the end. And now if I try to right click and I run, let's try to log in, and I try llama, and what was the password? 203, hit enter. Oh my god. Oh my god. My entire code is corrupted, my entire data is corrupted, destroyed, I cannot use this anymore, and of course I cannot use this because there is extra data on the column or line 5, column 2, line 5, column 2, extra data, no good. We have to remove this, run again, and try to log in with Michael with a password of 123. Login successful, we've saved the file. Okay, fellow Python programmers, congratulations on finishing this very long video. If you did enjoy, please make sure to leave a like, please make sure to subscribe, and you're probably thinking now, where should I go next? Well, in order to hone in your Python programming skills, you need to now start working on exercises and projects. So I'm going to leave an exercise video right here where you can start and continue your Python programming journey. Because remember, the most important thing is to actually practice what you learn in order to properly understand it. So go ahead and continue your Python programming journey. Let's go.